Dude. I'm gonna get me sued by Mickey Mouse. Or not with them people. Do-do-do. Uh, uh, uh. Yes, sir. What it do, ski chat? I have a face. This what my face look like. Hello. What it do and what it is. And if you are watching this a day later on the Red app, aka the Tubes of You, hi, hey, hello. This is the Cozy Corner podcast. I filmed live right here from the Cozy Clubhouse on twitch.tv/BVMB1_47. And I am your host with the most, Bambi, aka Bambi X Bambi. And yes, it's actually Bambi. It's not a BV. It's not a Bumble. It's Bambi. We spell it the way we spell it on Twitch because Mickey Mouse has a lot of money and we don't want to get sued. But yes, this is the Cozy Corner podcast, a podcast that an artist, has. An artist and a content creator has, of where I just give you all my 88.5 cents on what's going on in music, pop culture, you know what I mean, gaming, and the WL community as a whole. And all that, no pun intended. Shout out to the shirt. This is a post Super Bowl day. All right, post Super Bowl podcast. Oh, the tail end of that coffee is disgusting. I could have done without drinking that. Oh, I really would have been okay. Oh, that's a big yuck. What was I saying? What was I saying? Jesus, oh, that's gross. Yeah, the post Super Bowl, the post Super Bowl Monday, aka the Usher concert that had a football game. The Usher concert that had a football game in it. Um, you know, on the sports side of things, like first of all, let's just start there. Even though I did not want them to win, let me give a congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs, the coach Andy Reid and his staff, Patrick Mahomes and the whole squad. Y'all did y'all thing. You took it down to the wire. Um, Yeah, you took it down to the wire, and you made it and in the biggest moment and the in the biggest moment and under the brightest lights. Um, yeah, in the biggest moments and under the brightest lights, you made it happen, and that's why you deserve to be back to back. Uh, the two-time reigning, defending, undisputed champions of the world. Um, so yeah, we'll just leave that there with that. Um, it was quite a star-studded event, I will say. But I mean, of course, like you know what I mean. It being in Allegiant Stadium in Vegas, like I kind of like expected it to be that. Usher was performing this year, so like, you know what I mean. Usher was performing this year, coming off of his residency in Vegas. Um, so you know that also makes a lot of sense. Yes. Um, yeah, that also makes a lot of sense. And hmm, yeah, a whole bunch of folks was in attendance. Um, I had the pleasure and the opportunity to once again spend time watching the big game with people who I consider family. Um, so that's always good. That's always a good situation for me. It's always a good situation for me. I do have a lot of family members that are Niners fans. So normally I would say like my condolences after a tough loss like this, but it's just like it's really that thing of where like you know what I mean. A couple of different things happen. Um, a couple of different things go a different way. Um, yeah, a couple of things happen differently in that game, and y'all win that joint. And we talking about y'all getting ring number 6, but you know, fortunately, y'all did the thing where y'all y'all put points on the board, but you just left a little bit too much time uh for number 15 and company, and y'all you know he has shown all year long why that's something that you don't you know what I mean. Not even all year long. He's shown multiple different times in that scenario and situation when he gets to that big game of why you don't do that. Um, and yeah, um, so yeah, you know, yeah, it's that biggest thing for me where um, yeah, just want to give a W and a salute to those guys. Yeah, on that end. Um, NFL Network, I'm still on y'all ass. Um, y'all didn't do it as much as y'all did it the whole entire rest of the regular season. Um, But you know what I mean. But y'all still Dick Road Taylor Swift a little too much for my liking. Um, yeah, y'all just Dick Road a little too much for my liking, and I just think it's weird. I just think it's weird. Um, yeah, I just think it's a little weird. I think it's a little weird. I think it's a little awkward. Um, you know, I think it's a little weird, and I think it's a little awkward for multiple reasons. One, I don't think she's that interesting of an individual. Um, I know the Swifties might disagree, but I could honestly give one inkling of a residual fuck of what y'all think, um, especially after the conversation that we had about that last week about the whole, like, you know what I mean, about that whole shit. So, um, and I still stand on business about that. So, you know what I mean. Be mad. Um, if you are a Swifty, like, you know what I mean, like, you could just be upset. That's fine. Hello, my love. Welcome in. Glad to see you. But yeah, Swifties just be mad because it's that thing of where it made no sense. It's made no sense to all of us actual, even me as now someone who's reverting to more of a casual sports watcher. Um, it made no sense to why um of why the tail of why a camera would was paying the Taylor Swift so much during that game. And at the family Super Bowl party I was at last night, I discovered that my little cousins do not like Ice Spice at all. Um, I was quite taken aback right that by that. Um, not shocked because of the fact that like myself, they do enjoy older music. Um, or like, you know what I mean? Like we have parents that have shown us the, like, you know what I mean, have shown us the way, and we've been able to go back and actually um listen to some music that's not only older than us, but there's also, like, you know what I mean, we're very very selective in the music that we do like. Um so that's not why I'm surprised. I just thought, um considering the fact that she's like the female artist of their gener, like, you know what I mean, a female artist that's um that seems to be the it girl of their target demographic. Um, it just shocked me that they weren't, they like, and when I say they do not like her, I mean they are not fans at all. They are not impressed. Um, which makes me happy. So that lets me know that, like, you know what I mean, good musical taste is still, it's still in our family. Um, and I don't have to be too worried about them being lost in the sauce out here. But yeah, I found that out. I discovered that. We're gonna get into another little discussion about something else I discovered later. Uh, a little bit later. Um, what else was I gonna say? Oh, the Usher performance. Um, we talked about this a little bit in the Cupton community in Cup of Noodles stream. Shout out to y'all know that's my favorite streamer. So shout out to Cup of Noodle, aka Old Dirty Noodle. Um, and what was she saying? Her complaint was that the songs, you know what I mean. Her complaint was that the songs weren't long enough um for her liking. But it's that thing of where, and maybe that was some of y'all's complaints as well, and that's probably why we seen the comments that we seen on Black Twitter about um especially from the younger generation of Black Twitter, y'all saying that Rihanna's performance was better. Um which, trust me, that Rihanna performance is one of my tops, but I can't give it I can't put it over this Usher performance because of the fact that um Rihanna was pregnant during hers. Um so we didn't get to really see fledged a full fledged Rihanna show for real. I mean, she did what she could. And, like, you know what I mean? She did what she, like, you know what I mean? She did her damn she did the damn thing given her the physical circumstance, but um considering the fact that well, one, Usher had been performing in Vegas um for the past 2 years, past three, I'm sorry, beg pardon, had been doing multiple shows in Vegas for the past 3 years because he had a residency. Um, and the fact that regardless of what y'all feel like, you know what I mean, those of y'all that was like, oh, I wanted the songs to be a little bit longer and things of that nature. I'll get into explaining that half of it right now, but what I need y'all to understand is for um, the performance that we got, I was not mad at it. I think he did a phenomenal job. I think the staging was excellently executed. Um, I think it was definitely a Las Vegas caliber. Um, I think it was definitely a Las Vegas caliber halftime show, like you know what I mean, a Las Vegas caliber performance. Um, and so yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed myself. And I think yet again, and I will say this always, Usher has once again solidified and given me more reasons of why I say he is one of the kings of R&B. Um, and I, like, you know what I mean. I dare any of my actual like R&B fans to debate me on that. Oh yeah, definitely. Like you notice the words "best" have not came out of my mouth yet, um, because due to the fact that I haven't had the opportunity to see a Usher show live. Um, But the ones that I have seen that have like made it onto the tubes of you that have been recorded, I have seen better performances. Like, you know what I mean? I've seen better performances out of that. But I do think for the again, given the fact that um we also have to understand chat and the viewers, you know what I mean? Viewers in the future on YouTube, what you guys have to understand is that the NFL, like, you know what I mean? The network gives the performers a time limit. Um, and I believe it's like a 15-minute set, maybe a little bit longer. I didn't actually time it. Um, and you guys also have to understand that this is a man who's been making music for 30 plus years. Um, so now that's 30 plus years of material this man has to fit into. Let's just be lenient and say the 15 about 25 minutes. So yeah, again, give it, and let's also not forget there's a lot of hits that this man has under his belt. Um, and I feel like for all of the hits that he gave us within that time limit that he was like, you know what I mean, that he was allotted, there were still some that he left off the table. And again, for all of you non-singing folk out there, yes, okay, we know Alicia's voice isn't the same anymore. She missed some notes. Okay, you know what I mean. This is coming from this is coming from a singer. You know what I mean. This is coming from a singer songwriter, a producer, and a vocal producer. Yeah. Okay. She like, you know what I mean. She can't hit. She can't give y'all that note on "If I Ain't Got You" like she used to back in the day. Um, and I don't know what it is, if it's a pride thing or whatever the case may be. Um, or maybe it's just that thing of where she might be the type of artist like myself, of where she just wants every time she sings these records for it to sound like y'all remember. Um, and if that's the case, I think that's to her detriment. Um, I immediately thought of when they said she stole that woman's husband, so they stole her voice. Nah, I will get that to y'all though. Like some of y'all on, like a lot of y'all on Black Twitter, y'all had me rolling. Y'all had y'all little fun. Y'all had y'all little moments and y'all little jokey jokes. Um, it like, you know what I mean. And so like, yeah, like I know that that's all in good fun, but the fact of the matter is like, from an artist perspective on another artist, and y'all gotta understand, Alicia Keys is one of my favorite voices, um, regardless of gender. Um, Yeah, it's just that thing of where it's just like I just want her to be. Oh yeah, I knew they were gonna do that. I knew they were gonna do that because they wanted it. That, you know what I mean? That's just the NFL Network trying to save her from embarrassment. But for those of us that watched it all live, like we heard it already, and like you know what I mean, and it happened. And the reason why, and I know a lot of you other like music fans will be like, "Oh, that's crazy because you'll go so hard on all of these other people. Why are you not going so hard on Alicia?" Because of the fact of the matter is that a lot of y'all are fans of a young lady by the name of Jessie Reyes, and her voice crinkles, squeaks, quarrels, and cracks all the goddamn time. But y'all love that shit. It's cool when Jessie Reyes does it, but Alicia fails to hit one goddamn note the right way. And y'all niggas drag her all the goddamn time. Mariah fucking Carey can't even hit the whistle tone like she used to. But y'all niggas don't want to talk about that. You said Mariah isn't Mariah anymore. That's my point. But Alicia misses a note, and then all of a sudden it's the end of the fucking world or something. Like, hey man, as somebody who had to learn how to adjust their singing voice due to the fact that I went through this thing called puberty. Yeah, I went through this thing called puberty, and I had to like, you know what I mean, and I had to rediscover my voice. It's just that thing of where that's just what needs to happen for the two individuals that I'm mentioning. It's just the fact that one is too much of a diva, and like one is too much of a diva, and to be quite honest, I think has too much pride and just like will refuse to like try to do some vocal rediscovery or like you know what I mean, try to do anything to take care of her voice for real. And the other individual, I just think needs to take care of her voice a little bit better. To be completely fair, is that fair enough to say? Can I say that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I promise you, if she just like took care of her voice just a little bit better, all of these jokes and these comments would cease. And so it's that thing, up and coming singers that up and coming singers and artists. Period. Your voice is an instrument. Take care of it. Because you're seeing in all actuality in real time what it looks like if you don't. And last thing before we get off the topic of Alicia, well, more so referring to her husband Swizz. for y'all motherfuckers that aren't involved in this man in this woman's life until y'all decide this until like you know what I mean until they decide to be seen by the internet or by like a video camera. Y'all sure did have a whole lot to say when this man Usher was hugging on her. Like, oh, that was an awful tight squeeze. Did we also forget that Usher just recently got married? We forget that, didn't we? It's this little thing. It's this new thing that's out. I'm not sure if y'all know about it. It's called what the fuck is that shit called? Oh yeah, performing. It was a damn performance. He said that when he was younger. Don't give them any more ammunition. That song was written when he was younger. Jesus on high. No, I know you're joking. But yeah, no, like again, in all seriousness though, yeah, it was a performance, y'all. Relax. Relax. Just relax. Like, you know what I mean? The folks in my like, you know what I mean? My community, me and my community, like we get that and we can make those kind of jokes like that because we know we're not serious and we're not gonna go on the internet and be like, see, this is what he meant by saying don't leave your girl around him. This nigga switched and fucked around. No, no. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it was literally just a hug. And then everybody wanted to put 10s on 20s. Everybody wanted to throw some D's on it and be like, oh, you see the way he squeezed her? Why'd he hug her around the waist like that? Hello? I could be I could be completely blown about this or whatever, but I'm very, very sure that duet is called My Boo, right? Yeah, it's a love song, yes. Okay, for sure. I was just checking. Just checking. Usher and Beyonce also have a song together and it's called like you know what I mean? Beyonce's on Usher's "Love in This Club" remix with Lil Wayne, and nobody says anything about what went down in that music video. How quickly we forget. Oh, but that's different because it's Beyonce. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. We're not doing that. That's what we not finna do. This is really for all people, but specifically in our community, y'all, we have to stop doing that. We make that shit with like you know what I mean. We do that shit for one person. One like we do that shit for one person, for one famous person, for one of our like you know what I mean, for one of our famous POCs. But then if it's somebody of a Beyonce caliber, then it's oh she can do whatever. Like she or he or they can do whatever they want because you know they're them. Nah, bro, stop that shit. You want to know why I'm telling y'all to stop that shit? Because if Beyonce fucks around and I, I wholeheartedly knock on wood when I say this, but if Beyonce does like fuck around and commit a murder, she goes to the same jail as all the rest of y'all. There's not a specialized little plush pod for billionaires. I know that was a pretty dark example for some of y'all, but I just, had to let it be known where I'm coming from with this. Like, you know what I mean? And it's also that thing again where I'm gonna say this now because I didn't bring it. I meant to bring it up when we were talking about the Grammys. We were talking about the Grammys last pod, but I'm gonna bring it up now because of the fact that it happened again. Um, it's real funny how you think some of us forget that a lot of y'all motherfuckers was on Blue Ivy's neck when she was about 6, 7, 8 years old, talking about the I can't believe Beyonce and Jay are like letting her go outside the house looking like that and blah 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 and this, that, and the other. Wow. Lo and behold, Northwest is running a fucking rampage on the fucking internet, and y'all are just like, ha 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 ha, this is adorable. And then want to now turn around and flip the script because I'm on y'all ass. Then y'all want to turn around and flip the script now that she a little bit older, like, you know what I mean? And now she about like 12 years old, and now y'all motherfuckers want to be like, oh my gosh, she's so adorable. She's such a pretty girl, and all of the like she look just like her, like, you know what I mean? She's starting to look just like her mama, and blah 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 blah. Blah. Dick suck, dick suck, dick sucks. Shut the fuck up. Shut the absolute fuck up. Because I remember y'all being the same exact motherfuckers of being why Beyonce, like, why Hove and B letting Blue dress like that, why Beyonce got that child hair like that. Meanwhile, little Nori West gets to do whatever the fuck she wants, and y'all just think she's the cutest little girl on planet Earth. Actual visual evidence of Nori West cussing, like, you know what I mean, cussing Kim smooth the fuck out. But oh, she's just a baby. She just a kid. Like, she gonna grow out of, no the fuck she not. This shit has been said best by so many people. A lot of y'all gonna think that I'm quoting Tyler Perry, but Tyler Perry wasn't the first person to say this. I actually heard my grandmother say this shit before. Just kids wind up turning into just adults who end up in just goddamn jail. That's what the fuck happens when you keep that mentality. Oh, he's just a kid. She's just a kid. They just a kid. Get to be in their early 20s now. Get to be in their early 20s. I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't know what happened. I thought they would grow out of. No, you idiot. They don't grow out of it. And this is coming from the nigga who was the troublemaker out of his siblings. I know that's not a shocker to the people in my community. That's not a shock because they've heard stories. So yeah, y'all got to stop that shit. And don't think motherfuckers like me forgot. I'm on y'all motherfuckers' neck. Cause all of that shit of when like you know what I mean, when Blue Ivy was a child. Why she dressing like that? Why her hair like that? Beyonce and them let her come out the house like that? That's crazy. Now it's oh, she's so adorable. She's so gorgeous. She look just like her mama. No, duh. They didn't adopt the child, so yes, she's gonna look like her mother. You know what I mean? I don't know, like that shit. Like y'all are weird. Is all I'm gonna say about that. um, but yeah, that's all that I have on that. I just wanted to get that off. That was just a random little side note. Um, yeah, leave that damn child alone. Y'all motherfuckers ain't her parents, so like, don't be trying. And that's another thing too. All of you motherfuckers like that are on the internet trying to internet parent, and y'all motherfuckers don't have kids. Y'all goddamn selves. Mind y'all damn business. Stop telling this man and this woman how to raise their goddamn children. Stop telling any of these celebrities how to raise their children. Like, tell me y'all motherfuckers don't have children without telling me y'all motherfuckers don't have children. If that is the one thing that I do pride myself at doing very, very well, it's minding my fucking business. I refuse to sit there and tell a grown ass, like, you know what I mean, a grown ass man, not even just a we tax brackets aside, that is still a grown ass man. Those are still grown ass adults who actually participated in the act of creating those lives. What I do is I just hope for the best that they are, like, you know what I mean, that they are imparting the actual, like, you know what I mean. The closest thing I do to being involved in that shit is hoping and praying that they are imparting the right kind of knowledge and wisdom into those young lives, um, so that they can become like, you know what I mean, so that they can actually become an actual productive part of society. Um, I was gonna say something else fucked up, but I'll let y'all live. I'm gonna let y'all live. Um, I guess I'm gonna let y'all make it. Type B type shit. Um, mm, question, chat, and commenters. You're also part of chat as well. Um, the chat. I don't know if you guys see the Instagram post I posted today. Um, but yeah, we were at the I was at a family Super Bowl party yesterday, as I aforementioned before, and during the national anthem, uh, this big bro, Chase Young, defensive end for the 49ers, pops up on the screen, and and the big Brody points at this points at me, and then points at the screen, and then he's like, "Hey, look, that's you." And I was like, "No," I was like, "Yeah, nah, you're wildin', not even close, buddy." Um, and then and then we did some Googles. We got oh, that just broke my heart. And then I did some Googles and I looked at some more still shots. And then I was like, you know what? I was like, you know what? I don't see it. I'm gonna leave this up to my. We're just gonna leave this up to the internet. I don't believe you. So, long story short, I posted a side to side of Chase Young and myself when I had dreads. Um, and seeming so far, I seem to be getting cooked on this take. um, even in chat right now, they're saying they can see the similarities. Um, yeah, I may be cooked on this one. Yeah, I may be cooked on this one. Um, but also me and my pops got to do some more research. Because of the fact that there are it's a lot of people with the last name Young, but let's just say, long story short, we might could possibly be related. So um, I don't want no money from him or anything. I just for my own peace of mind. Um, yeah, for my own peace of mind, I want to. I need to know. Um, and it's that thing of where, chat, do not get this mistaken. Internet, do not get this mistaken. I am a I have been a fan of this boy Chase Young since back when he was at Ohio State. Always was always and still am a very very huge fan of him and his game. Um, I thoroughly and wholeheartedly still believe that the Washington Commanders are idiots for trading him away. Um, like, you know what I mean? Like what? Like what? Like Washington, y'all not. Um, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not letting y'all. I'm not letting y'all boys live for that one. Like, you know what I mean? You had a top tier premier defensive talent. Um, and you traded him away for basically, like, you know what I mean? You traded him to a already stacked defensive, like, you know what I mean? You traded him to an already stacked defensive squad, um, and basically got nothing in return. That's not, like, you know what I mean? That's nothing. That's no slight on the Niners at all. The Niners just, like, you know what I mean? The Niners just executed on, you know what I mean? The Niners just executed on a very very excellent deal. Um, then they got the most bang for their buck out of that situation. It's the Washington Commanders that are the losers in that trade. Um, I said that shit when that shit happened. Like, you know what I mean? I said that shit a week after the trade happened, and I still stand on that shit right now. Um, yeah, Washington, y'all lost that trade bad. I'm talking about super bad, like super bad. No McLovin, y'all lost that trade big bad. Um, yeah. So okay, well, I guess according to a lot of folks, um, me and Brody bro favor each other. Um, and so now again, the other thing is I don't want no, I don't want like I don't want like no money from him or nothing. Um, it's just more so for the peace of mind. Like I would like to know if we are related. Um, Also, chat and doing the little bit of research that I did do, I did not realize I was older than Chase Young. I think it's because of pause his size. Like it's how he's built. Pause. He just looks a lot older than what I thought. Um, but yeah, in doing the little bit of research that I did do, I did not realize that he is, but yet still a young buck. He is still a young buckaroo. Um, so yeah, that was a shocker. Yeah. So yeah, that was a shocker. That was a shocker indeed. Um. But yeah, all in all, shout out to Chase Young. Um, wishing you all of the success in your pro football endeavors. Um, yeah, and honestly, you'll get them next year, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Not just you, but the whole rest of the squad. I mean, um, y'all were being led by a. Let's just be honest. Y'all are being led by a really young quarterback. Um, but as far as Brock Purdy is concerned, the talent is there, the potential is there. Um, and mind you, this is somebody who is not even anywhere even close to a Niner fan. Um, again, I am related to a lot of them, but I am most definitely and wholeheartedly and will always be uh, a who that Nola baby till I die. You hear me? Um, yeah, I have no like, you know what I mean. I have no beefs. um, I can join the horseshoe crew. See, the issue with that is, um, I would love to. I don't know if personally my heart can take any more stress, respectfully. um, but again, I absolutely have zero beef. Um, you said you get that? Yeah, no. Yeah, I have zero beef with any indie sports. Because yeah, that's what I'm saying. Especially this season alone, you were having your days. Um, I just respectfully, I just respectfully don't think California grows enough of those magical organic plants enough for me to endure that immense amount of stress. Um, but all joking aside, I really do like thoroughly enjoy watching all uh indie sports. Um, not, you know what I mean, like the indie the state of Indiana's sports teams. Um, I think the Hoosiers are really dope. Um, Of course, I love the Pacers. Like, you know what I mean. Y'all got my boy um, Halliburton. Um, y'all drafted my boy Paul George. Um, and he went to college out here in the city that I'm from. Um, or in the city in the city in Cali that I currently live in. Um, but yeah, y'all you know what I mean. The state of Indiana took a chance on my boy PG. Um, um, yeah, now this new indie team look like, you know what I mean. This new indie Pacers team looks really good. I like Halliburton. Um, I think the trades that y'all that were made at the deadline on their end were actually more so beneficial, um, more so than hurt them. Like, you know what I mean? Buddy Hill didn't want to be there anymore. Um, and in all honesty, like y'all trading away Buddy Hield for what y'all got back really wasn't a loss. Um, Considering the last two kind of seasons that he was having. Now, granted, I know Buddy Hield was injured for a cool little minute. Um, and shit happens. Um, but in all actuality, like, even like, let's just be honest, like Buddy Hield hasn't had really like a hasn't had like a uber crazy season. Um, Honestly, since being traded to Indy, if we can be honest. Um, so yeah, I think that move just made the most sense there. Um, and again, the horseshoe crew, y'all was never really. You said you agree, yeah. As far as the horseshoe crew is concerned, um, it's really not that y'all are bad. It's just hiring Frank Reich really just like set y'all back so many years. Um, oh man, oh man, hiring that man really set y'all back. Um, cause it was that thing where it's just like y'all had Peyton, y'all was balling, y'all was like damn near unstoppable when y'all had Peyton. Um, and then Peyton left, and then y'all had Andrew Luck, and then y'all was cooking with Andrew Luck, and then Andrew Luck decided that football wasn't good for his mental health. Um, and then that kind of fucked y'all up for a little minute. Um, he really did though. Like, again, it's I understand like that was I understand that at the point like that hurt y'all franchise wise, but at the same time, like, I'm really proud of I really do like salute him for like making that decision about his own life. Um Now again, business wise, I know that did fuck y'all up greatly. Um and I am deeply sorry that happened to y'all. and that y'all really haven't recovered from that since. Well, it also because then right after that, then that's when y'all brought that man in there, um, which respectfully, Colts front office, what the fuck? Why? What did that man show you that made you think like what was it about that man's resume that made y'all think, oh yeah, he's gonna be the one to get it done for us? No, after Ballard, what the Frank Reich. I mean, Ballard wasn't good either, but yeah, the guy that was like, oh yeah, let's trade our draft pick for Carson Wentz. Didn't y'all have the top draft pick that year? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that was not wise. That was not a wise decision at all. No, that is what happened because that's how then. Damn, that's crazy. Indy could have had Jalen Hurts. Oh, if I'm in the Colts front office, I'd have been sick. If I was a part of that Colts front office, I'd have been sick. Somebody would have had to see me in the parking lot after that decision was made. Respectfully, somebody would have had to see me in the parking lot after that decision was made. Because respectfully, what has Carson Wentz done or shown to have warrant? Like, what did Carson Wentz really show to warrant that decision? And then after that, you bring in Matt fucking Ryan. As a Saints fan, you know I can't stand his ass. So we don't mention her is crazy. We don't mention her is insane work. We don't talk about her. We don't talk about her. Move on. Move on. Move on. Move on. Well, now y'all got my boy AR5 though. Um, just hopefully his body isn't made of Legos. Next year, because I mean, golly, I would sure love to see him do something. Respectfully, with love. Just, gee, I would just love to see him play. Jacoby didn't count. It's crazy. Jacoby didn't count. It's crazy. But I don't blame you because what did Jacoby Brissett really do for y'all? Respectfully with love. Um Nothing, and it's still doing nothing. Warming the bench. Uh you know, he has the Andy Dalton effect. Where maybe not exactly similar, because Andy Dalton had that one decent season, and then everybody was like, "Oh my God, Andy Dalton's the greatest." And then all of us that knew the truth was like, he just got lucky. And then the playoffs came around, and then he was who we thought he was. Trash. Straight trash. Andy Dalton, I still don't like you because you took Jameis Winston's job, and Jameis Winston was doing nothing wrong. Literally, the only thing wrong that happened was that Jameis Winston got hurt. Jameis Winston got hurt, and then Dennis Allen decided he wanted to have a quarterback that looks like him start. I said what I said. Y'all can't convince me otherwise. Y'all can't convince me otherwise. Because he went through all of that trouble this past offseason to try to get Derek Carr. And again, love Derek to death because of the fact of what he had to go through in you know what I mean, his last season in Vegas. So you know what I mean. Uh, and again, played quarterback for the local college here in the city. So you know what I mean. Always big love to DC, but hey man, Jameis Winston's right here. Bro is capable. And again, said this like a million times here on this same pod. Do I think Jameis Winston is somebody you put in there if you're trying to win a chip? No. But also, Derek Carr can't, you know what I mean? Like, DC can't be the effective quarterback that you want him to be either if all of our receivers and stuff are playing in the New Orleans ICU. So, capable, not bubbles. What? What? What are you talking about? Nah, but you know what I mean. But J-Bo was a capable dude. Um, Again, did I think we were going to win? That's fair. You did. Yeah, but again, did I think that we were gonna win? You know what I mean? Did I think we were gonna win another Super Bowl with Jameis Winston as our starting quarterback? Absolutely fucking not. But You've noticed that it doesn't matter like who's in there. Like if we can't keep motherfuckers healthy, because we have gone from being the New Orleans Saints to the New Orleans ICU. So it doesn't matter who's back there slinging the rock. If the targets that you like, you know what I mean? If the targets that you want to throw to aren't fucking healthy, what the fuck does it matter? Michael Thomas is our $100 million receiver. Hasn't played a full season in like 4 years. Now we do got my young boy Chris Olave. He's doing his goddamn thing out there. Love to see it. Um, but even this season, it was a little shaky with him because he missed some games this season. And then it was that thing of where Derek Carr missed some games this season. So like, let's talk about it. It's like when motherfuckers always be like, "What do you think the Saints need? Motherfuckers to be healthy." On both sides of the ball. Literally all we need is motherfuckers to be healthy and available. Is that too much to ask? And then people want to be like, "Oh, is that the same thing for your Pelicans?" No. Fuck no. Zion Williamson can choke. I don't care anymore. To any of my other fellow Pelicans fans that are still holding on hope, you are Delulu. You have hit your cranium. The great Maya Angelou once said, if someone shows you who they are, believe them. This man, Zion Williamson, has shown us that he wholeheartedly and unequivocally did all of that work to get to the NBA just for the bag. Prove to me otherwise that that's not the case. He's never healthy. He's not in shape. He's not in shape. This nigga gets in fake shape for like 2 months. And then when the actual season rolls around, niggas running, niggas on the sideline breathing like he smoked a pack of Black and Milds and a Swisher Sweet. So yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I have zero faith in Zion Williamson. I don't know who else we could like. You know what I mean? I guess we can build around CJ and Brandon Ingram until we figure out who the third guy's gonna be. Um, but at this point, Yeah, nah. Enough about my New Orleans sports woes. Don't want to depress y'all. I do not want to depress y'all, but I did want to react to something that I started. So, full transparency, I started to react to this earlier today, and then I was like, you know what? Let me stop watching this, and we're gonna react to it on stream. Um, because it's that thing of where you said, "Hey, I get it. I seen you've seen my teams. I have, I have." Um, and again, if there was any like, if there was any team that I would actually like, if there was a second team that I would love to like adopt and pick up, um, the teams would come from the state of Indiana. If I'm being so like for real with myself. Um, because again, it's the same thing. Like you know what I mean. It's the same. Y'all understand. Y'all get it. We're in the same boat for real. Um, you got all that talent, but it's hard to see what all of that talent can really do if said talent can't stay healthy. Also, before we get into this thing with Tay, um, I'm Dante. I'm sorry, not to get confused with that other prick. What was I gonna say? Oh, the Pacers. I'm glad y'all didn't get rid of Miles Turner. Um, yeah, I'm glad y'all didn't get rid of him. I know that that was the thing that was like looming for some years. Um, but I'm very very glad that he and y'all came to an agreement that you know that you said yeah because that would have been really really stupid to get rid of him. Agreed, agreed wholeheartedly. Um, yeah, he's a talented young fella. Um, he gives y'all that he gives y'all that kind of modern. He gives y'all that kind of like modern style big man that yeah he gives y'all that modern style big man that y'all are looking for and well that teams would be looking for. And the other great thing is the boy plays defense. hmm 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 Really good too. Really good too. So yeah, um, that would have been a hell of a piece to try to replace. um, no shade to other guys like Batatse and all that shit, but yeah, no, that those would have been just enormous shoes to fill. Um, so yeah, shout out to the state of Indiana, man. Um, we gonna find a way to do some kind of something out there. So I don't even know if y'all have that dude anymore. Um, I think that was his name, Goga Batatse or whatever his name is. He was a rookie like 2 years ago. He's probably not there anymore. Y'all got my boy Obi Toppin now. Shout out to Obi. Said you've never heard that name? Oh, he probably is in the G League now. Um, that's not a good sign. My glorious king, one of my favorite creators here in the WL community. Um, the man, the myth, the legend himself. I am Dante, and did a video reacting to Russ talking about the music industry. For those of y'all that don't know, Russ is another one of those independent artists that he's kind of the newer tier of independent of an independent artist that is came up in the past couple of years. And wholeheartedly, full transparency, I was not the biggest fan of him early in his career. Um, but it was because of the fact of like how pretentious he really like came off um early off in his career, where like, you know what I mean, it's a thing where he just like, see, that's why you don't do drugs, and that's why you blah 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 blah, and that's why you do this and you do that and you do all these things. um and just realizing that he was just like trying to give um up and comers the game and the sauce, like I try to do. um it was just misinterpreted at the time. um yeah, it was just very much misinterpreted and misguided anger at the time. um and not for nothing, he has some records that I enjoy. Oh, he plays for Orlando now. Never mind. I don't even know who the backup center is in Indiana anymore. But y'all did draft him though. That I remember. Um, he also didn't play a lot, so I'm not surprised that he's now in Orlando. That you know that tracks. Oh, if you had never heard of him, then he was cooked. That means he never really played. Yeah, if you had never heard of him, that definitely means he wasn't. That definitely means he wasn't playing. Um, so there goes that. But yeah, nah. Um, Again, shout out to Russ. Shout out to the fact that you really do be doing your thing. Um, you're obviously of the class of artists that actually cares about making really, really dope music. And you're not just in this shit for the sake of getting a bag. Um, which is no shade to y'all guys and gals if that's your MO. Um, I get it. You see an opportunity, um you have a little bit of a you have a little bit of a talent or whatever, and you see yourself as a person who or you see this as an opportunity to change your financial change your financial future for the better. um and there's nothing wrong with that. But you know what I mean. Shout out to guys like Russ who clearly want to be um a career artist, um, and not just a yeah, not just a here today, gone tomorrow kind of artist. Oh, and that's the other thing of where also there was a little bit of beef with the young guy Russ coming up. Um, Back when I was still working the food service job, there was a coworker that I had that was like, "Hey, you fuck with Russ?" And I was like, "He's all right." He's like, "I can understand. I see you saying that or whatever." He's like, "But you also gotta understand and you gotta respect it. Like, you know what I mean? He started his own label. He makes his own beats. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's really like been doing the independent grind forever." And I just looked at bro and I was like, "Yeah, just him, right? He's the only motherfucker doing that, right?" So people like Tech Nine and Snow the Product and like you know what I mean, and myself and like Chance the Rapper and like so all of us just like came out of nowhere like with the shit, right? Like you know what I mean, and especially on the fact that like guys who like make their own beats, it's like yeah, it's like oh yeah, no, it's just Russ, right? Russ is just the only guy that knows how to do that, huh? Bro didn't get the hint at first, and then I explained it to him later. I was like, I too make my own beats, and I also too plan on one day soon having my own label. Ha! W manifestation, yes. Shout out to Cozy Clubhouse Records, man. And also shout out to y'all chat for like giving me the motivation to do so and do that. Um, because I never would have had the motivation to like had an idea for something like the like Cozy Clubhouse and like turn that into a brand. Um, I would have never like would have thought to have done that. Um, but the fact that y'all support it the way that y'all do, like made it like really, really worth it. Um, Thanks. All right, on to the boy Russ. Again, shout out to you, Russ, wherever you're at. I know you're doing your goddamn thing. You have been doing your goddamn thing for a long time. Um, and a lot of the industry driven artists, like you know what I mean? A lot of the industry driven and industry funded artists were hating on you because of the fact that you were like you know what I mean because of the fact that you were waving the independent flag so like you know what I mean so proudly and so loudly bars and I should have like you know what I mean and I should have showed you so much more love earlier on. um Again, that's on me, big fella. Deepest and sincerest apologies on that because you have been doing your damn thing for quite some time and it has not gone unnoticed. um and it is not unappreciated. Again, chat, another one of those individuals that focuses on making music and is not focused on chasing a trend type shit. And you definitely know that's what we're all about around here. We definitely support those individuals that do that for surely. Case in point, why Dante is one of my favorite creators. Yes, does that track? It should. All right. All right, let's check this out. Russ is going to spill some tea. Which, again, y'all know anytime I'm pulling up a video, it's going to be for a great talking point. It's going to make for a great talking point and discussion. Yes? Let's get into it. Whoops.
I already know you guys are gonna say something, okay? But I need to. This nigga has never not spoken facts about shit. Like, he's never not spoken facts about shit. I just gotta hear something. Man. I can't. Obviously we're not gonna watch the whole thing. We're not gonna watch the whole thing because this shit is like almost 4 hours long. But yo, Russ is talking about niggas and fakes.
And we are.
And all that shit.
And we are also not going to watch the entire thing of this because this is an hour and some change. Respect to Tay, but y'all already know how I do anything that I'm reacting to. Winds up being in the description for you YouTube viewers. Words. The original video always gets linked in the description box. YouTube. I always give the original videos credit. YouTube. Sorry, y'all didn't have to. Y'all didn't have to be here for that, but y'all were. So, excuse me, my liege.
Why do the labels make the artists do those boardroom performances? Here's how those go. Who's the most fit? Yeah. Of course, you're going to lose the art because people aren't doing it for the art anymore. They're doing it for the bag. This is not.
Already cooking, is he not?
11 seconds in, and this nigga's. Why do the labels make the artists do those boardroom performances? Here's how those go. Who's the most fit? Yeah. Of course, you're going to lose the art because people aren't doing it for the art anymore. They're doing it for the bag. And this is not me speculating. This is me talking to like top 5 most streamed artists in the world, and them talking to CEOs and CEOs of the and me on the phone with like the dude who fakes the stream. Nicki spoke on Future saying when I talked to Future, he told me he wasn't even doing the drugs that he talks about. I think Future's music is amazing, but I also know that the reason why I wanted to try when I was 19. Not even surprised. Rappers.
Oh yeah. First of all, chat. If y'all didn't know, for those of y'all that have might have been under a rock the past God knows however many years, yeah, all those talking about perkies and doing codeine and stuff. Yeah, Future wasn't really doing all of those drugs. The taking an Adderall until he felt nauseous, like yeah, Future wasn't doing all of that shit. It was all for the entertainment. But again, we'll get into why that's also a bad thing later on. We're gonna let Russ and Tay cook for a little minute. Like, you know what I mean? We're gonna let Russ and Dante cook for a little minute.
Teens was Future. We have seen it live in the flesh. Juice WRLD said, I did drugs because of you. Juice WRLD died of
We miss you, Juice. We love you, Brody.
overdose by following somebody who does not even do the drugs that they said they did. It's your own fault for believing it. No. Start at chapter 1. Why are you perpetuating something you're not doing?
We're gonna talk about it. I'm telling you. Ooh, niggas is gonna hate me when this drops. I promise you, and I don't care.
Hold on, bro.
And more specifically, when I say niggas, I mean those of you strictly in the spaces of hip hop are going to hate me when this drops. And I'm okay with that because I make R&B and rock music. I make R&B and rock music now, so I'm not worried about you anymore, good buddy. I'm not worried about you. I'm not scared of y'all niggas. I don't care. Y'all niggas is actors, fakers, and frauds, and I'm not in that category with y'all anymore. Oh, it's not my job to be a role model. Well, good thing about that, good thing about that, my boy, is the day you decided to be an artist, that decision is no like you know what I mean. That decision no longer becomes yours to make, regardless of what it is that you think, my boy. Oh, well, I'm not in this shit to be a role model, my nigga. That you don't get to make that choice. You don't get to make that choice. Case in point, I've spoken about that before on this very platform before, chat. I got little cousins that I got a couple of little cousins that have aspirations to be in the entertainment business, and they are looking at me to see how I'm navigating through it and how, like, you know what I mean, and how I'm making it happen. So that's why it's that thing of where I show them the good and the good, the bad, and the ugly of how this shit works. Why? Because nobody else is going to do that. Anybody else that they look at is only just going to show them their highlights. And I don't need them growing up and running around and fucking off their mental health, looking like you know what I mean, comparing their behind the scenes to some other nigga that they don't know's highlight reel. Moving on, before I trigger some more people, it's gonna happen anyway. But
These are just the previews. Died of a drug overdose by following somebody who does not even do the drugs that they said they did. I played the Suicide Squad game for less than 10 minutes. I have two things to say. Game is literally Call of Duty, but with DC characters, and two, the weapons the characters have equipped should not even be for that character. It's fucking stupid. It's y'all's fault for believing it. No. Start at chapter 1. Why are you perpetuating something you're not doing? Bro, when this goes out, I'm getting flamed. What's up, everybody? I resent having my donos announced by a lie. I don't love these fat-lipped baboons. I can barely. Hey, what with flagrant now? Listen, if you hate seeing stand-up clips all over, get to the juice. Confused this guy with Vic Mensa, and he got so much hate for something he didn't say. Get to the juice. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. Now, for me, I don't know if I'd be confident enough to perform it for them, but like I'd be like, can we not turn it off? Sit here for this. Well, let's see. I'm gonna chat for a bag. Are you performing in front of a whole bunch of men in suits for them to sign you?
okay, quick story time. Quick story time. Quick story time. So as you guys know, I've told tidbits and pieces of this story about my 2017 adventures in the beautiful city of Los Angeles, California. Um, and when we were going around taking those label meetings, that's the stuff I was talking about. Um, yeah, that's what those meetings consist of. You are sitting there in a boardroom, full of executives, A&Rs. Um, damn near a third of the building is in this room, and it's just these suits who are predominantly, if you know what I mean, and yeah, so they're just sitting there, and they're like, yeah, whenever you're ready, and you have to do essentially a jig and a song and a dance for these here non-melanated folks. Only for them to then decide what they want to do for your future, or what they want to do about your future with them. So that's where the full story of me going up to um, one of the meetings that we had was with RCA Records, and um, that was when that conversation of not just the not just the head of the genre department that I was like, you know what I mean? Not just the head of the pop department, or yeah, essentially the pop department. Um, that said this, but essentially four other individuals in that room all said the same exact thing, just in different fonts. They basically said, um, they didn't say these exact words, but this is my interpretation, and I don't care what anybody says. Like that, that's essentially what I heard. Those are the words that I essentially heard come out of these people's mouths. I heard four different individuals in that room say that I was too black to make pop music. In pursuit of a bag. I had these folk that don't know me from a can of paint say I was too black to do something. I didn't either, considering the fact that the genre of pop music is called popular music. Um, and really all popular music is just a more digestible version of every other genre of music anyway, considering the fact, right? Considering the fact that it's just a more digestible version of every other style of music in the first place. So yeah, that's essentially the conversation that was had. And mind you, we had done this for about 6, 7, 8 weeks straight at 3 different labels a day. The other ones, at least they were honest. A couple of the other labels that was like, look, you're talented. We just don't exactly know. We just wouldn't exactly know like how much to honestly like put behind you to get you to where it is that you want to go career wise. Um, which essentially like in their you know what I mean, in layman's terms to break down what they were saying is that basically like you're too talented and you're too smart for us to do anything with. Um because I'm coming in and I know what I want. Um like you know what I mean? Because I came in, I knew what I wanted, I knew what I didn't want. Um I knew what I wasn't gonna go for. Um like you know what I mean? I knew I wasn't gonna work with people just because of the fact that we were signed to the same like you know what I mean? Just because of the fact that like essentially we had the same boss type situation. And so yeah, in their minds, they were just like, "Oh yeah, this nigga know too much. He's dangerous. We can't do anything with that." That I actually respect a little bit more. I mean, I don't all the way respect it, but I respect it a little bit more than these individuals at RCA being like, "Yeah, it just has too many urban elements in it for us to really like consider it pop music, and I just don't think it'll really work for real." So hold on. I'm too black to make the music that you have your white artist steal, like you know what I mean, to make the music that you have your white artist steal from in the first fucking place. Make that make sense. Yeah, yeah. So I let them rock or whatever. I was just like, oh well, interesting. Find that quite funny. I'm too black to make the music that, and then it was that thing of where, so then like I moved back home a week later, right? These motherfuckers come around and call me back up to say that like we don't want to sign you as a writer, but we would love to bring you on as a song. Like, we don't want to hire you as an artist, essentially, but we would love to bring you on as a songwriter, and like maybe we can have you like shop those songs to, you know what I mean? Like maybe if you would like be willing to shop those songs to some of our colored artists, um, non-melanated for those of you that on YouTube that are not catching on. Um, they essentially wanted to hire me as a songwriter, and change some words around so that I could then sell the songs to their non-melanated artists, um, so that they could then use, um, for said acts. Crazy thing about that is that it wouldn't work. It wouldn't have worked. Um, Not because I think I'm above like doing the songwriting thing. Like we have clearly had this conversation before, where it's like I would do it, um, and I am still interested in doing like said type of work. I don't want to specifically work like you know what I mean. Work for one label because that means that you're just like you know what I mean. You're basically like held under their thumb, and you can only like you know what I mean. You're held under their thumb. It's essentially modern day slavery. Um, and I like having far too much freedom to do that. Um, I like to be able to move around. Yeah, essentially, like I would be stuck and I wouldn't be able to branch out. I wouldn't be able to like, you know what I mean. And especially if they were to like fuck around and like they were to fuck around and put me in the studio like with some non-melanated kid that I clearly sing better than, and it's like, so you want me to sell my experience as a black kid to this Caucasian boy? You know what I mean? Because as we know, chat, just like somebody who we're going to talk about later on, Ashanti and like a lot of others in the R&B space, like all of my songs, even though a lot of y'all motherfuckers out there be like, oh, he just writes love songs and songs about girls. Well, guess what? I had a lot of experiences with, and since I do write my music about like real experiences, guess what? A lot of my songs are going to be about. You used your little canoodle, you would know that.
Are you performing your song for a whole bunch of men in suits? Yeah. Yep. Yes. I'm sucking. Back then, for me, it's like I was just, I mean, what was I, 23 when I partnered? So it's like I was in a different headspace. Yeah, this audio clear as a bitch. Holy shit, I feel like I'm in their mouth. Like, so,
Pause.
like, beyond arrogant, you know, like just so gung ho on my shit that I was.
At least he admits that, right, chat? Um, at least he admits it now. Like looking back at it, right? Um, because that was something that even me, as an artist that was an individual that was in his early 20s, like I was seeing that about bro early on. I was just like, I don't fuck with like, you know what I mean? Like people was like, oh, what you think about this dude Russ, man? I was like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Buddy. He just seemed a little too sure of himself. You know what I mean? And people was like, bro, but you gotta understand, like he got some tunes that are like actually really good in there jamming. I was like, I'm sure. I was like, I'm very sure. His demeanor just throws it off for me, respectfully. So W self awareness that he's able to like realize that now that he's a little bit more grown. Um,
Fuck yeah, y'all should be playing. You know what I mean? So Yeah, I mean, I definitely never like stood on the table. That never crossed my mind. When I saw that, I was just like, what? Like right there. And also, it's just like, bro, like these people don't care like that. Like, so you're standing on the table with
That part. Now we're gonna get in. Now we're gonna get into my first initial point, and it was right there when I watched it earlier. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna wait to do this on stream because this is gonna make for some good talking point material. Because of that comment right there. Essentially, to all of my aspiring artists, I'm not telling you what to do with your career. Um, if you wanna like, you know what I mean. If you wanna do that thing, and if you wanna do that little song and dance, for these individuals in suits, um, you go on right ahead and do it. Me don't care. Me know I feel care in the world. But what me I'm gonna say first foremost, uh, them folk do not care. They do not care. Trust and believe. The very nanosecond you enter into one of those rooms, you are a dollar sign to them. You are a dollar sign. You are just another amount of money that is going to help keep the label building lights on. And that's it, and that's all. Yes, there are things called contract renegotiations and things of that nature. Um, but also, chat. Let's just put this into perspective. We're in the information age. We are literally in the middle of the information age, and yet and still, we are still like, and yet and still, on almost a daily basis, we are still hearing stories about, you know what I mean. We are still hearing the same stories about artists like being mad, and now they're going on Instagram live and all of these other things and talking about how they signed bad deals. Yet and still, why? Because it's that whole thing of where you got these motherfuckers that are coming out, and I get it. They're presenting you with an amount of money that is more than you had yesterday, and it's going to be more than you have. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? It's more than you had yesterday, and you're gonna be X amount of dollars richer than like, you know what I mean, from the day before that. But if you are not well versed in the business side of the entertainment business, that's why we keep having these horror stories, right? And also, it's that thing of where, like, T Pain, shout out to T Pain, has talked about this on his streams before, right? But it's also that thing that I think that like really needs to be driven home, that y'all need to understand. that money that they are signing you for, it's not like, you know what I mean? Like that's not like just it's not like a check like they're giving, like, you know what I mean? It's not like a big budget company like donating money to a nonprofit organization type situation. That essentially is a loan. That essentially is a loan. So let's say case in point, and you know what I mean, and that's the part of the story that I tell people all the time. Is like I walked away from 22 M's, mind you. I had a couple $100 in my bank account at the time that we were taking this meeting with RCA. I was nowhere close to having 22 M's. I didn't even have $2,200. So again, for all of my friends that like I tell this story to y'all and from all walks of life and all of y'all being like, "Oh, you stupid. I would have took the money." Am I? Am I though? Am I though? Because 3, 4 years down the line, when I would have been when we would have had when they would have like sat me down and we would have had to have that conversation and be like, "Okay, we gave you the 22 M's." And I'm sorry, it wasn't RCA that offered me the 22 M's. It was another record label. Um, but yeah, so when they sat there and presented that deal, like let's say if I would have just like because of the fact that I would have been like so just overcome with joy and excitement, I would have been like, "Fuck yeah, let's sign this shit." And then 3 years down the line, they would have me sitting down with their corporate accountant and being like, "Okay, so like you signed this deal for 22 M's. You've only made 11 of that. We are gonna need that other 11 here real soon." With all of you folks that are being like, "Oh, you dumb. I would have took the money. Like that's crazy." Where would y'all motherfuckers have been at then? When I would have moved back, because I still would have wound up moving back home here. Would y'all niggas have helped out if I was 11? Would y'all niggas have helped out if I was 11 M's in debt? Okay, thought so. So luckily, I am my mother and my father's child, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna need a night to think about it, and maybe we can talk about black marketed some organs is insane. I don't think that still would have gotten us to 11 M's, but W support though.
Like, that's not gonna make them like go harder. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. Yeah, they got a house, their kids are.
So yeah, chat. This is essentially what that room looks like when you're doing that shit. I'm gonna let him make that shit full screen. This is essentially what those rooms look like. You know what I mean? It's your team. Your legal team is in there. They're like, you know what I mean? They got all of their folks. They got their legal department in there as well. And it's essentially that thing of where just like, yeah. So play us a couple of songs. Then you play them a couple of songs, and then it turns into show us what it would look like you doing this song live on stage. Like, oh, okay. Look at the lack of interest in the room. These folks do not care.
Oh God, bro. Look at like this.
What is like that does not like look at that. This man is on the table. They are unimpressed. So you doing all of that. Maybe you don't even wind up doing that. Maybe you're just an individual that will stand there flat footed and will sing everybody in that room's face off. I'm talking about you singing the soul out of every like you know what I mean? Out of every song they have you perform. Okay. Okay. Trust and believe, chat. This man Bobby Schmurder jumped up on that table. That none of them folks in that room was like, "Oh, he's passionate." Did you see the way he got up on the table? That's gonna definitely make us give him another extra $100 million. Like, yep, that definitely did it. The passion, the passion. No, this nigga did that. They figuring out where the hell they finna go eat for lunch. A couple of them, you can see it on their face. They like, damn, we finna go tear up this Chipotle later. This shit finna be bussin'. Like, you know what I mean? They're like, damn, we finna go tear this Chipotle up later. That shit finna be bussin'. Yeah. Oh, he got on the table. Oh, hi. Hey. Yeah. 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 They do not care.
Looks insane, bro. This is like that music. This like reminds me of like fam niggas worked at Wendy's for the pouch. Of course, we dancing in front of these white people for the bag. Bro, but it's like, like it's just like look at this. Look at how they're nodding.
I understand what random chatter 672 is saying. Like, bro, you don't understand. 2 weeks before this, I was dropping fries in a fry basket I was dropping fries in a basket and into a fryer. that I was making X amount of dollars a week. I was making X amount of dollars every 2 weeks. You mean to tell me these palm colored people are gonna give me the bag? Chat, it's just that thing for me of where, and this might be like too woke of a thought process for some people. Um, but that shit just takes me back to, like, you know what I mean, the part of our history that these the Mayo complected people don't like to acknowledge, of when their ancestors had our ancestors um doing some shit like this for their palm colored dinner parties. Yeah, we were their entertainment. And you want to know what was their compensation then? Tell you this much, a bag wasn't involved. At least not a bag of money, at least. Maybe if you did good enough, you probably got a bag of fresh garments. And trust and believe, chat, when I was doing this shit, that's exactly the same exact thing that was going through my mind. I never jumped up on no tables because I was like, because remember the lady who was like, who was the A&R um that was helping us get all these meetings. She was like, okay, like for this next group of executives, like maybe try getting in their faces a little bit more, like maybe jump on the table with the next song. I was like, oh yeah, that's not happening. She was a nice lady, obviously, but well, not obviously, but you know, she was a really nice lady and all. She was a sweetheart. Um, and I said that to that lady's face. I was just like, you said she had to be with that response? Yeah. She's like, yeah, it's like, you know, like for these, like maybe really get in their face, like show them you're really passionate, like, I don't know, do something crazy, like jump on the table. I was like, oh ma'am, that's not happening. And she was like, but why? It might really, really capture the room. I was like, it just seems a little too motivated, if you know what I mean. She was like, oh, well, that definitely wasn't my intentions to make it feel like that. I was like, that's not your fault. Wouldn't expect like not your fault, man. Don't go feeling guilty. Like just respectfully, for me, that's what that shit feel like. That shit just feel a little motivated. Uh, and like you know what I mean, and being from like you know what I mean, and being that I have family ties and connections to the South, you know what I mean, and like genetic roots like in the South, like that shit just doesn't respectfully that shit doesn't sit well in my spirit. Like you know what I mean, that shit doesn't sit well in my spirit. Um, and so again, to that other you know what I mean, to that chatter in Dante's stream that was like, hey man, like you know what I mean, like we at Wendy's or um we had Carl's Jr. working for the pouch. Like if that's what I got to do to get the bag, then I'm gonna do it. It's like cool, you do that. It's a little shuck and jivey for me, so that's why I won't. But you know what I mean. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. Um, when the opportunity comes to like to better your life, I'm not gonna tell you how to get to it and make that happen. I just know personally for me, y'all will never see any footage of this happening for me from me. I don't even have that phone anymore because I for sure would have um, definitely would have been the move. I would have definitely shown y'all that footage. I would have been okay of those like instances and those performances when we took those meetings. I most definitely would have showed y'all those. Um, I was on cloud 977 for all of them because that was my whole thing of where and I even told the A&R lady that was working close with us at the time. I was like, "Look, you gonna have me up at." I was like, "Look, you gonna have me up at like, you gonna have me up at like 7, like you know what I mean, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning. The least you could do is let me be floating on Nimbus when I walk into these rooms. Like the least you could do is let me be floating on Nimbus when I walk in these rooms. You gonna have me up this early in the goddamn morning performing in front of these folks that don't know me from a can of paint? Like, yeah. And like I said, she was a sweetheart because she was really, really understanding with that. But she was like, "Yeah, no, I get that. Whatever you have to do to be able to like keep yourself composed in these rooms." Because she's like, because like, yeah, especially with the fact that like when she was telling me like when we were getting ready to go into it with the first group of folks, she was like, "Okay, I'm just telling you, it's going to be a lot of faces in that room. So whatever you have to do to like keep yourself focused on the task at hand, like you know what I mean, like you are free to do so." And I was like, "Oh, bet, say less," because the way you think I'm gonna sit here and sit up here in front of these palm complected folks at 7 a.m. and just be all like, "Hiya, guys, bright eyed, bushy tailed, and ready to go." Like, yeah, no, that's never happening, buddy. I'm not a morning person, chat. We all know this. Yeah, definitely not happening. But yeah, this is just a little too shuck and jivey for me. Uh, I get it. You gotta leave a lasting impression. You gotta take hold of the opportunity and all of that. I mean, I hear you. I am still not doing this. Far too shuck and jivey for me.
Head and like off beat. Like everybody's nodding at a different time. Oh my god, I can't. Bro, this it's a job, and it's also musical chairs in the business. It's like that person you're like doing all that performing and all that, like trying to get them on your side or whatever you're trying to do. They could be gone next week. True, true.
Also, a fact. And also, the thing, all of my fellow aspiring artists out there, it's all of the young up and comers coming up behind me, uh, or up and coming entertainers in general. Um, that is the one thing about this business that you do need to understand. Um, I know a lot of y'all think that that shit is like the movies, and where it's just like when you take those label meetings, that oh, it's gonna be the like you know what I mean, the CEO or the head of the label, and then everybody else on staff, and then it's gonna be like some like you know what I mean, and then it's gonna be something like a scene out of Empire or some shit like that, or it's gonna be something like a scene out of Star. That shit is not like that. Sometimes in a lot of those meetings that I took back then during that time, a lot of those meetings that I took, it was for a lot of the times it was for the head of their A&R department, um and like all of his interns and shit, and like at a lot of those joints, like literally I can say this, like literally at every label meeting that we took, I never met the owner, never met the owner or CEO of any label during that time period. But it's also that thing that I came to discover, um like a couple months later after RCA essentially said no, and I moved home, and then I kind of started doing more of my research, and then I kind of like started to like you know what I mean, watch more podcasts and watch more videos and things of that nature, and I started to hear those stories of where it just like it's like oh yeah, like you know what I mean, like I was signed to this label, and then this label got absorbed by this label, and so then it was that thing of where like you know what I mean, and then it was like we were I was signed to this smaller label, and then they got bought by this bigger label, and then that label wound up becoming a subsidiary of this of this company, and then it just like you know what I mean, and then it's just the thing of where like they said, like the people that essentially like bring you into the building might not even be there the next year. Fuck the next week. Like the next week is scary enough. Like fucking we in 24 we in 2024 right now. 2025 might roll around, and the motherfuckers that like for any of y'all that do have aspirations to like be a part of the major box office, like major market box office labels, the motherfuckers that wind up bringing you in 90% of the time will not be there the next year. So that's what we're talking about when we say the musical chair shit. So yeah, it might be the one lady that like brought you in and that like really really fought for you and believes in you or whatever, and then like you know what I mean, and then she gets you in there and then you're signed or whatever, and then that very lady or you know what I mean, that very young lady or that very like you know what I mean, young man that really really believed in you and like helped get you in the door. Like, well, guess what? Oh, well, now he works at Sony, and then like you know what I mean, like the lady that they hired to be in charge of your day to day now is in charge of the day to day for like seven other artists at Atlantic now, and then people don't stay with you. So you know, it's that, but like you know what I mean. But that's the risk you run because you wanna be a part of that so bad. Don't even realize like that shit is what the again to bring up the coat to bring up the goat T Pain, right? Those that don't know the story, T Pain was signed to Jive Records when he first initially started. He was well, you know what I mean. We know Akon signed him or whatever, but Akon's Convict label was a subsidiary of Jive Records at the time. Jive Records then gets absorbed by RCA, um, and so it was that thing, right, of where we didn't hear from Payne for a whole like a pretty good while, right? Well, that was why Jive gets absorbed by RCA, and RCA at the time did not have enough staff in place for all of the artists that they acquired. So guess what happened to artists like Payne because of the fact that he wasn't a Chris Brown or like you know what I mean, or that high level caliber artist, right? Fell to the wayside. You know what I mean? Fell to the wayside. Fell to the wayside. Faded to the back a little bit. So again, to all of my aspiring artists out there, is that the risk that you are willing to take? Because what are you gonna do? Like, you know what I mean? Because what are you gonna do when some shit like that happens? It's like I got signed to this smaller, what they call like boutique labels, and then that boutique label that you're signed to gets swallowed up by one of the big boys. Pause. But then, like you know what I mean, and that big box bit words and that big box office label that absorbed your that absorbed your boutique label that you were signed to doesn't have enough staff in place for all of the talent that they acquired, then what you gonna do then? Do you have a I'm not like you know what I mean? Do you have enough wherewithal to make something move and shake when some shit like that happen? Food for thought.
They don't give a fuck. There's like conspiracy of people be like, oh, this is like a humiliation ritual. This is like no, to check them. That is a choice.
That's a fact. Any of y'all out there that be like, oh, well, y'all just go in there and like they just do that shit to like try to humiliate you and break. No, no, that is a decision. That is a decision. Because yes, when all them folks was calling and was like, "Hey, we want to bring you in and we want to talk about the demo that I had at the time that I was shopping around," I could have easily like told the A&R lady that was working really close with us at the time. I could have been like, "Oh yeah, tell them people I said no." But at the time, I was just young and very, very eager. So my thought process behind it was, if I can be in front of as many faces, this was my thought process behind it. I'm not gonna tell any of these folks no, because my thought process behind it was, if I can be in front of as many different faces as possible, when the musical chair shit starts happening, and maybe the folks within whatever building that I wind up signing to, um, and maybe wind up getting promoted. You know what I mean? Like maybe these folks will like remember my face and they'll like still like be able to take care of the boy and help the boy like get all of this shit in the dreams that he has off the ground. Obviously, we know that that shit still wound up happening without them people, but you know, that was the thought process at the time. Now, does it make a little bit of sense of why why a couple of them folks was like, "Oh yeah, you're far too smart."
Truth is always personal choice that these people are making. The truth is always way more boring. That's what I realized. Like, I'd rather almost believe it was humiliation. Right. Let's just believe it. Yeah. I was just thinking in my head, I was like, what is this haircut called? Like, what is this called? Yeah, Russ is dancing on that video coming out.
Dante is me for real, and I am Dante. No pun intended. ADHD, getting distracted by bro's haircut.
And there's a video of you doing it. All right, we need all the like. Obviously, I want to talk about Santiago. I want to talk about the new single coming out. And I was telling you, we'll get to that later. Like, it was, come on.
Yeah, no. We'll get there. We'll get there. We won't, but you know, obviously, eventually they do. Later on in the pod, they get to talking about the music and shit. But this is what we are here for, chat.
Truly beautiful. Like, go listen to the album because I think it's informed discussion. Right. But again, unique experience. You're here, and I want to know the dirt. Yeah. Okay. How these labels fucking artists with the streams? Talk about it. I don't know how they're doing. Talk about the lies. Like, expose the lies. Expose the fakes, man, and drop names too. Come on. Doing it. Yeah. And how did? And if you
do it?
Don't do it here. Go to the tricking us because I see these people that go crazy. Album goes number one, but then they can't fill up a show. Right.
Mm. $100 million streams on the Spotify. Can't fill up a 500-person venue. Let's talk about it, shall we? 9 million streams on the Spotify. You come to my city, can't even fill up the Tower Theater. It's a very famous venue here in town. It's a very historic venue as well. Let's talk about it. 120 million streams on the Spotify or across all streaming platforms. 120 plus 120 plus million streams. Come to my city, can't even fill up. Can't even fill up the Full Circle Brewing Company. And that's a pretty big spot. So that shit going motherfuckers gonna notice. This is that part of when they say the math got a math. The math has got to math, chat. The math has got to math.
Well, the math is not math. Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. Well, explain it. Where I mean, so it's one of those things that like everyone are his eyes two different colors in the industry knows is going on, which is faking the streams. So
Yes, they are. Just for those of you that might be wondering, yes, Russ's eyes are two different colors. They're okay. Let me better explain that. They're two different shades of brown. Why do I know that? I don't know, but I do.
So the label buys the streams from Spotify. So here's the deal: when you talk to these people, because I've talked to these people, because I've been like, what is this? How are y'all doing this? They never disclose the mechanics of like how they actually fake the streams. There's like, rumors of like streaming farms or we're delving out fucking compute.
Those aren't rumors. There's actual like video evidence of that shit on YouTube. Just if y'all care enough in y'all free time, just YouTube streaming farms, and y'all will see what I'm talking about. That is understandable. That happens a lot. Um, that happens a lot. You know who that happened to a lot for me? Made in Tokyo. If any of y'all remember him, the Uber everywhere every time we ride Uber everywhere da. Yeah, I played a lot of his music. I played his music because I was a really big fan of the Uber everywhere joint, and then I went back and listened to all the rest of his music, and I was just a really huge fan. um, you know what I mean? I became a bit of a fanatic, and so I played the mess out of every single track he possibly put out ever. Um, and now it's to the point of where like if he comes on, I won't be like what the fuck, turn that shit off, but I won't be excited that he's on and his song is being played. Um, because that's how much I listened to his music. So yeah. And I get that for you with Russ. Like, you know what I mean? Um, like I said earlier, he has some tunes that are jamming. Um, but I could also understand how that would like be a thing type shit. You know what I mean? Uh, But yes, chat. The as far as the streaming farms thing, that's an actual thing. That's an actual thing that like some of these labels purchase streaming farms. Um, and that's how these artists are getting the numbers that they're getting. Um, whereas opposed to with us, right, chat? Y'all are actually like playing these songs that many amounts of times. So those are actually like organic plays. Again, forehead kisses to each and every one of y'all with consent. Because I love y'all for loving the music that much and supporting us and supporting me in that way. Because it means a lot. But yeah, chat. That's not a rumor. Like that. That's the streaming farm thing is real. Labels purchasing streams. Yes, that I do, and that's why it's so appreciated. But yeah, no, like you know what I mean. Like those stories are true. Like you know what I mean. Like that's not even a like. Yes, like labels are paying for some. Some of y'all might even be maybe not nobody here in chat, but like for a lot of y'all out there, like yeah, these labels are paying for your favorite artists like, you know what I mean. Your favorite artist streams. Sorry to tell you, like at most, like you know what I mean. Like at most, like 8,000 of those was from all of y'all. Like you know what I mean. Like 8,000 of those plays was from like all of y'all. I'm playing the joint as many times as y'all played it or whatever. But then, like, you know what I mean? But then the first week numbers drop, and then that joint has 100,000, like, you know what I mean? Or jumps up to having 100 million streams. Coincidence? No, 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 no.
In third world countries and hacking the back end to make it look like it's an IP from the US. Yeah. Whatever, like all this nutty shit. But the reality is the labels are spending money and devil's advocate, they're treating it like a marketing expense. Because in a sense it like almost is.
Not even almost. It is. It's exactly like a marketing expense. Not even like it exactly is a marketing expense for them. Which is why you hear me say that all the time, chat. That like like numbers do not move me. Numbers do not motivate me to make the music that I make. Like you know what I mean. Like I am not driven by like you know what I mean. The overall like stats and analytics like of the like you know what I mean. I look at those things so that I'm in the know and that I know what's going on. Um, but that's not what motivates what everything that it is that we do. 1,000% of everything that it is that we're doing here at the Cozy Clubhouse is literally all things that I love to do.
Spend 100 grand on billboards, you just spend 100 grand on streams. Right. What streams is going to put you in a playlist? You're going to spend
BRB chat. I got it.
to get What?
I return.
Playlists are what the hell? It's all a fucking scam, bro. Market share means the amount.
Oh yeah, and let me get big screen for all you young bucks out there that be like, "Welcome back, thank you." Um, yeah, for all of you youngins out there, it's like, oh, all I gotta do is give me a song that I believe in, and then pitch it to a bunch of these playlisters, and like, you know what I mean? Maybe give them a little bit of the payola. Um, you know what I mean? Maybe shoot them a little bit of bread. You know what I mean? Get my song on these playlists, and then you know what I mean? And then that's how we go get that shit cooking. First of all, here's my issue with that. Here's my issue with the paying the playlisters, right? You little niggas are paying these niggas, and just because of the fact that they, first of all, hear me out and let me cook with this, right? For those of y'all that go shopping at Whole Foods, right? Do any Whole Foods employees walk around the store telling you that everything in the store is organic? Mm-mm, mm-mm. First of all, if you didn't know before you fucking walked in the store, there's a big ass sign that lets you know that you're at an organic grocery store. So my biggest thing with these playlisters is they're pitching it to you that, oh, like, you know what I mean, 100% organic plays and blah 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 and all of these other things, bro. If they have to tell you that if all you have to do is give them X amount of dollars to get on this playlist that they have, they say 100% organic, a good 80% of them shits is fake streams. I mean, that shit gonna make your song look good though. Your song gonna be doing numbers, going nutty. Ew. You know what I mean? Like, your song gonna be going up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it'll do a little bit of what we call in the biz do a little bit of window dressing for the numbers. Um, and that's what these labels are doing. They're paying for their artist streams. And notice that I know I went pee, but I don't know if y'all peep chat. Peep how Russ said that they're not doing this with the up and coming artists in the, like, you know what I mean? They're not doing this with the rising stars in the label. Because if they did it with the rising stars in the label, y'all niggas would be screaming industry plant instantly, instantaneously. It would be far too obvious. You know what I'm saying? It would be far too obvious at that point. At that point, it would just be far too obvious, right? Like, y'all would just be like, "Who is this nigga? Why have I never heard of him before? And how in the fuck did he get 100 million? streams on this one song. Something is afoot here. You get me? So their thought process is rather, for them to not draw too much attention to what the hell it is that they got going on, they're gonna get their big box office star, a Post Malone, a Future, a Nicki Minaj, you know what I mean? Folks of that name, like, you know what I mean? Folks of that caliber. Throw a little 60, 70, 80 grand at it. Like, you know what I mean? At a song or an album or whatever. Dress the numbers up, make the numbers look real cute. But what usually happens now, a lot of y'all, not none of y'all in chat, a lot of y'all in the masses, y'all ain't gonna listen to an album until you see on Instagram that such and such's album just went number one. That, you know what I mean? Such and such got a number one album that just dropped. Oh, now I'm gonna give it a listen. That shit went number one off of all bots. Yeah, Nikki thought about, or not Nikki. Oh Lord Jesus, not Nikki. Meg talked about that shit in her Hiss record, right? So that's crazy, but can see it. I mean, that's what they do. Because again, like if they were to like do it with somebody like me or my friends the Thornberries or like my brother Isaac or my bro High Up Seer or like any of those individuals, right? It would draw too much attention. They'd be like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hey, what's going on over there? Like, you know what I mean? They'd be like, hey, this guy's a phony. Instantly. Cooked. Career cooked before it even could get started. Again, luckily for all of those wonderful folks I just named, um, we have y'all's support, so we don't have to worry about those kind of, like, you know what I mean. We have actual like organic human support that we don't have to worry about those kind of things. Um, and you know, we just getting this shit the old fashioned way. We getting out there and we're like in front of um the folks' faces. We post the shit, like, you know what I mean. We post like snippets of our performances online. Um, we do the things, yes. Like, you know what I mean. We create the content that gets motherfuckers to pay attention to what we have going on. So that now when these accolades, like, you know what I mean, so that now with somebody like me, when the accolades actually come across my desk, Like motherfuckers can say, like, you know what I mean? Let me not say motherfuckers. Hating ass motherfuckers can say whatever it is that they like and that they wish, right? You could call it whatever the fuck you like. But at the end of the day, whatever else you gonna call it, you might as well also throw the 4 leaf clover on that bitch. You hear me? Because for that shit to happen, because for like, especially for at least the accolades that I've acquired, right? Let's just get back to like, because y'all know I really don't like talking about myself like that. Um, but let's just get back to like getting the possible newer viewers to understand what it is that's going on over here. Um, like, you know what I mean, with all of the accolades that not only I as an artist acquire, but also like we as a community acquire. Um, yeah, when them shit start to like pile up and add up, it's just like, okay, one or two, I could let you like be a hater and say like, oh, bro just got lucky. But like in the instance, uh, for like us, right, with the 4 albums that were the top 10 and 10. And for those y'all that don't know about the top 10 and 10, is basically when you have an album that's a top 10 album. When you have an album or a project, just a project in general, that is voted a top 10 projects in 10 different countries that you do not reside in. Now, no, it's not a RI. It's not a RIAA like registered kind of like achievement or whatever. Um, but it is an accolade, nonetheless. And as a member of the WL community, I take all of my W's. I don't see none of my W's as small. A win is a win is a win, regardless of how you want to look, regardless of how you want to cut it, snip it, clip it, or look at it. You did, and so that's what that is on that. As far as that accolade is concerned, with the album that I just released, the Backstage Passport, that is the fourth project that I have released that has made this list. Now, again, am I gonna get a trophy and a plaque for it? Yes, sir, ski. I gotta do my research on that. But Miss Lady J, you might have just fucked around and named the name of the gave the name to the band for real. On accident. Accidentally on purpose. Um what was I saying? Ah yes. So yeah, this is the fourth time that we've gotten that achievement with the Backstage Passport album. And again, motherfucker like me, I'm not gonna say I don't care because like I literally just said, like I celebrate all artist achievements, no matter how big or small they are. And I don't look at any of them as small. So like, you know what I mean? No matter the size of them, what I should say. Pause. But we celebrate these achievements over here. So it's the fourth. That's the fourth joint we've got that's gotten that achievement. Um, so yeah, no, I'm not out and about in the scene partying a lot. I'm not performing as much as I would like. That's exactly the thought process of how I look at it. Also, with not a nary or a nan stream paid for, mind you. Again, shout out to my super supportive community. Um, for first of all, like even giving a damn and fucking with the music enough in the first place to listen. Secondly, to fuck with the music that much, to listen to it that many times. Yeah. Yeah, so you that y'all know that applies to this conversation. Yes.
Streamed. Yeah, like whose songs right at that moment. Right. And whose total streams, how many percent yours? Yeah, right. And there's like bonuses that are associated. Oh, because that's their incentive structure. Right. If you're number one, right. You're gonna get the trickle down, so they're gonna try to boost. Right. Now maybe you can't quantify.
Right. Right. Also, let's talk about that. So, like, for all those people that be like, I thought you said the label is like, I gotcha. I thought you said the labels didn't care about their artists. They don't. You've triggered my trap card. Did you not hear what he just said? That's an incentive for them. The more singles, the more projects that they boost to that number one spot, the more money that comes in, and whatever is left over, you as the artist who actually did all of the, like, you know what I mean, getting with the producers, writing the song. Um, if it's a song where you had songwriters and things of that nature involved, um, like, you know what I mean, like those folks gotta get their ducats, yes. But yeah, you as the actual artist who performed the song, whatever's left over, that's what you take home. So yeah, that still further proves my point that these execs and, like, you know what I mean, these labels are out to first and foremost fatten their pockets first, and then leave you with this, and then leave you with the scraps to live off of. Remind you of anything?
You said you can't do it with any song. You can take it from number 10 to number one, or you got to be like three and then. No, I mean, look, Spotify even just put out this statement that said anything over what was it, 80% and 90%? Yeah. Anything over 90, like in a call out. So you could be 89% fake streams, but that's what that's saying. Shit, but over, it's like that was Spotify's way of saying we know what's going on. We're okay with, we're profiting off it. It just can't, of course, because somebody doing 1 billion streams on your platform isn't good. Wait, over 80%? Wait, no.
Yeah. Okay, so to break that down in layman's terms, chat. Well, basically, the folks at Spotify corporate are saying is any of the streams over, I believe it's 80 or not. I believe it's 80%. Any of the streams over 80+% that are fake, they're calling out. They're like, you know what I mean? Like they're going to say something about. Um, Not in a bad way, because again, if a song does 1 billion+ streams on your platform, that's still a W for you as the platform. Yes, makes sense. Um, but notice of why they push that threshold so high. Um, yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, the reason of also why that threshold is so high is because not every artist that has music on these on said streaming platforms is going to have the ducats and the residuals to even break through past that 80+%. You know what I mean? To break past that 80th percentile for them to be able to be like, hey, just so you know, a good percentage of these were fake. So yeah, we don't care. We just want to let you know that, like, yeah, we know, and y'all should know, type shit. So do with that information what you will, type situation. That's just all that's going on with that statement there.
The cap is at 80%. The cap is at 90%.
Oh, I'm sorry, 90. My fault.
It just can't, of course, because somebody doing 1 billion streams on your platform is a good look for your platform. Yes. Because you're bragging about the amount of streams on your platform. Think about where Apple Music loses to Spotify. One, they don't show. It has to be over 90% before they do anything about it. That is insane.
Yeah. But again, chat, how many artists on these platforms are gonna break through that 90th percent gonna break through to that 90th percentile? That aren't named Beyonce. And honestly, that doesn't even count because Spotify gets Beyonce's projects late. And so Beyonce still doesn't even count in this situation, right? Because of the fact that, you know what I mean? All of her stuff, first and foremost, becomes a title exclusive first. And then I believe what, now like a week or two later, then they give it to Spotify and everybody else. So yeah, when Beyonce and them, so when Beyonce does it, that's actually because the Beehive is that strong. Respect to the Beehive. It's still Rihanna Navy over here, but respect to y'all. We see y'all. We know how y'all move. We know how y'all rock. We know y'all body. Um, but yeah, like let's just like really talk about it. Like you said, not many, if any. Like yeah, like the cap is at 90%, before Spotify even says anything. That shit is so goddamn high. Who the fuck is gonna reach that? Again, here's the thing though, chat. Like I get it, right? Because it's still a thing where it's just like they're not gonna just like outwardly like out these folks that are like faking their streams, because that's still a beneficial situation for like platforms like Spotify. We're gonna let Russ talk about this Apple Music thing, and then we're gonna get ready to move on.
The streams. Two, when it came out like last year that there was only one song that has a billion streams on there, like it just doesn't look as sexy as Spotify. And I feel like as a consumer, oh, nobody's listening to Apple Music. Spotify must be better. Yeah. I don't know shit. I'm just gonna go with the bigger. So the big streams help the artists and the platform. Oh yeah, and the label. So like everyone wins. That's why no one's gonna say anything. Think about it. If you're invested in Spotify, if your money is in Spotify shares, you want to know that it's getting.
These are facts. We didn't even talk about that part. We're going to, but we didn't even talk about that part.
Streams and it's beating Apple by X amount. And labels are invested. I remember when that's the craziest shit. I remember when I was with Columbia. In Columbia, there was a point in time where like they. Yeah, I just like Spotify because it's just like navigating it is easier for me, and I've always had a problem with Apple Music. Like something I've always just had issues with Apple Music. Sold their shares of Spotify, whatever the fuck. But everyone on the label, just depending on how many streams you were doing, you got to check. I got a crazy check from Columbia selling their shares of Spotify. Yeah. So, why do you do this? Because I was doing a lot of streams on Spotify. You get your share of the stream money. Right. Yeah. Right. So this is crazy.
Right. Now, Apple Music, right? And for anybody in the community that obviously knows, or for those that care, yes, I am an Apple user, but I do not use Apple Music. I do not trust it. It is not reliable. It's not a reliable streaming platform. Um, it is damn near impossible to navigate. Um, it is also furthermore um, impossible to work through and handle. Yes. So that's just on a personal level. On the business side of things, like Russ said, Apple Music does not make their stats readily available. That, you know what I mean? Apple Music does not make their analytics readily available to be seen um, by independent artists. So on the business side of things, that's also why I don't really like. I'm not so, for all of my like supporters and other like listeners out there. Like if Apple Music is your jam, and that's how you listen to my projects or whatever, continue to do so. I'm not like, do not get that shit fucked up. I'm not telling you to not stream my shit over there if that's like how you get your music. I'm just saying I don't see any of those stats. So it would mean a lot more to me if you went over to like a title, a YouTube Music, a Spotify, um, these places of where like I can see my actual like streams being quantified, um, and actually like turning into something. Um, because of the fact that also what you guys have to understand is that I'm not signed to I'm not I'm signed to myself. I am the label in that sense, and this is not me bragging, but that's just like the like you know what I mean. That's a fact of the matter kind of situation for me. That's not me bragging at all. Um, like you know what I mean, like where you hear most motherfuckers say that they like you know what I mean, like that's them bragging. Like I am the like you know what I mean, like I am the entity that I work for. Um, you know what I mean, like I am the business that I work for. Um, Cozy Clubhouse LLC is my brand. Um, so you know what I mean. During Black History Month, I think it's just fun. The fun fact that y'all know that, like, you know what I mean, like that is a black owned brand. Um, you know what I mean. I know because of the fact that I have my winter shade. You can't really tell, but I am very much black. Um, very much black. Yeah, the winter shade, because you know, um, being of a lighter hue of melanin in the wintertime, I get lighter. Um, for those that didn't know, um, but I am still black. Um, as my big sister OM Jess would say, I'm black as hell, baby. Tight beat, tight shit. Um, I'm black as hell, man. Um, but just so saying all that to say the reason of why if you go to my social media page and I am bombarding you all on a weekly basis to go stream my albums and to go like listen to my music, one, because I believe in it that much. A. B, um, because of the fact that due to the fact that I don't have to like you know what I mean, due to the fact that I do not cut the like you know what I mean, I do not split the pie with anybody except for the people that I wind up collaborating with. Yes. So everything you get from me is a direct to consumer situation. And so you are supported. So in your support of hitting that play button and listening to what it is that we just like, you know what I mean? Whatever it is that we recently just put out, you're A, not only gonna more than likely love it because of the fact that it's original and it's jamming. What's going on, Swifty? Two, hello. No, I didn't, and I don't care. That shit is crazy that you would really come in and ask another grown man, did I see another grown man's meat? That shit is weird. All right, bet. Miss Lady J, do your thing. Cause what the fuck? W mod for real? The fuck? And the crazy thing is, we're gonna talk about that off stream because that I should have known by the Twitch name alone that the motherfucker was gonna come in on some bullshit. Because anybody that is a fan of that bland, unseasoned individual is usually on some fakre. Shit is so weird. The fuck? Like, anyway, I'm sorry that distracted me. What was I saying? Ah, yes, the Cozy Clubhouse brand is an independent black owned brand. So every time y'all hit play, every time y'all come to the streams and like we're gonna get to the point of where we're gonna work on the emotes and like do the things that are gonna give you guys reasons to like want to be subby wubs over here and do the things, yeah. So we can start to get moving in that direction. To start seeing some coins from the subs and things of that nature. Um, but yeah, basically in any type of piece of content that you see with the name Cozy Clubhouse attached to it is owned by yours truly. Uh, Cozy Clubhouse LLC to be specific. Um, that specifically yours truly is a part of that and is responsible for that. So that being said, your support is not imperative because due to the fact that like you know what I mean, y'all are y'all own individuals and y'all do what the fuck it is that y'all want to do. Um, like you know what I mean, like nobody's gonna control you. Like that's the what great thing about having this thing that's called free will. Um, and so like nobody's forcing you to like fuck with the brand as a whole. Um, but we do put out S tier level content. Um, that makes it easy for y'all to support. Um, and also just like you know what I mean, not to toot my own horn, but like you know what I mean. Also, me being the kind of individual that I am, yes, is the reason of why a lot of y'all like come around and stick around. Um, you know, which is why one of those things of why yes, we have a W community. For real, for real. Oh, but of course. Um, yeah, last couple of things. Um, First of all, shout out to the man Brady J, and shout out to the man Brad J for putting on yet again another Uber McDuber dope show here in the city. Um, as y'all know, we did not stream on Saturday or Sunday, right? Um, but more specifically Saturday, we did not stream because of the fact that I went to an event called Valentine's Night Out, where Ashanti was the headlining artist. Uh, they also had Twisted, Baby Bash, Next was there, Nivea came. Um, I know a lot of y'all youngins are like, who? Um, for all of you young bucks that don't know who Nivea is, if you've ever been in your auntie's house or whoever's house and they in the kitchen cooking and this song called "Don't Mess with My Man," I'ma be the one to bring it to ya. That's Nivea. Yeah, that's that lady. Um, Let me first of all, because as an independent artist, I always um, as an independent artist and as an early process creator, let me just first of all give credit to where credit is due to the opening acts. Shout out to Maya May, uh, who is actually signed to Baby Bash's label Bash Vision. So shout out to her. She is a 16-year-old young lady who was actually from my city. I did not know that. Um, Also, did not know that because of the fact that she's a child. So of course I wouldn't have known that. Um, but you know what I mean? Because while we're out making things shake and bake here in the scene, she isn't popping up to a lot of these events because one, she's not old enough to be at any of them. Um, no tea, no shade. That's just the and that's just the fact of the matter because that's like legit the conversation that me and my best friend's boyfriend were having. Um, I was like, because they introduced her, and I was like, wait, she's from here? Like, wait, she's from here? I have never seen this little girl a day in my life. And then my best friend's boyfriend was like, you know what I mean? I don't even be outside like that, but I think you being active in the scene, like you would at least have heard the name, seen her around somewhere. And then we found out how old she was, and we were like, and we both were like, that's why. It's like, that's why you're a child. No offense, sis. It's just like you know what I mean. Like you're too young to be at the events that I'm at, um, and at the events that I get booked for. Um, but also, sweetheart, like when slash if you do, not even if, when you do see this, know that you are very much doing your thing. Um, and it makes sense that somebody like Bash would believe in what it is that you got cooking. Um, and young artists like yourself give me hope that that y'all still know what good music is and sounds like. Um, First of all, chat, she can sing her ass off. First of all, let's just start there. Respectfully, she can sing her ass off. Um, and you can very much tell she grew up listening to um, whether it was mom, dad, grandma, whoever, or all of the above. Um, she grew up listening and falling in love with the old school music sound, which again makes sense of why um, somebody like Baby Bash would want to show love and support with what it is that she has going on. Um, so that's a big shout out to her, and also to XB Valentine um, out of Austin, Texas. Um, was not familiar with your game when you came through, but you came through the. I'm not even gonna say my city, but you came through to the city, um, and blessed us with a dope performance. Um, and I think the Latin community here in the city really took well to you and what it is that and the flavor that it is that you brought. Um, and so hopefully so hopefully that does very well for you um, going forward when you do plan to come back around um, and come see us when you're talking about doing the tour things. Yes. Um, yeah. Who did I say? John B. Obviously, still sounds amazing. Um, and he's still running with the title of being the first white boy in R&B, um, which I think by this point in time he has definitely earned that right in that title. Yes. Um, let me just say, yeah, during his set, he did his thing. The mic was on. Let's start there. Microphone was on. The voice was voicing. Um, and he can still play him some piano keys. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Um, Shout out to Twister. Twister's never really been my style. Um, I just enjoy the fact that he raps really fast. Um, so yeah, Twister was a good time. Um, and he's on Slow Jams and Overnight Celebrity, two of my favorite, like just overall songs in general, regardless of the fact that they came from Kanye West. um, but yeah, bro did this thing as far as that's concerned. Um, Next was here. I thoroughly enjoyed Next. Um, Only advice with their set, because of the fact that everybody knows Too Close, I would have I wouldn't have came out and started with that record like they did. Because of the fact that that's the most known record, I more than likely would have waited for that. I would have waited. I would have like finished off the set with that. More than likely. Um, I mean, there are other jams that they have, like the wifey record and things of that nature, right? But like we know for sure like the joint that everybody knows is too close. Um, and so I just think personally that's where they kind of like ran out of steam with their like you know what I mean, where their set kind of like ran out of steam and didn't really have no wind for real. Was because of like you know what I mean, lost a lot of wind in their sails because of the fact that they came out and started with too close. Um, because again, too close came on and everybody lost their goddamn mind. Then after that, it was kind of was a little awkward for a minute. And boys can still sing, so you know what I mean. Like there's that. Um, which again, as an R&B artist, like you know what I mean. That's all that It's the you know what I mean. That's always a good thing to see when you go see R&B acts live, especially R&B acts of that caliber. You know what I mean. Um, yeah, twas a good time. Twas. Um, Ashanti, of course, was amazing as always. Like, just duh type shit. You know what I mean? Like, duh. Um, duh. Um, who else? Let me just say, I enjoyed Baby Bash. Again, a lot of the songs that I like by him, I have not heard since I was in high school. Um, so that was that. So that was that as far as his set. It wasn't a bad thing. It's just like a more so a thing where it was like, oh damn, well, I haven't heard this song in a while. It's still jam though, so fuck it, we ball, type of situation. Um, Nivea was just an awkward one for me, to be honest, because of the fact that the only song I knew was "Don't Mess with My Man." Um, Respectfully, so it was just weird. Weird is the word I can use right there. Um, yeah, twas just weird, is all. Um, no disrespect. Um, twas just a little awkward situation for me. Um, but yeah, um, thoroughly enjoy. Yeah, like I said, I already said thoroughly enjoyed Ashanti, but that's that's a duh for me. Um, because for those that might be new, hi, name's Bambi. Um, I really like love R&B like a lot. Um, some might even argue and say it's an unhealthy obsession. Um, which is fine. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't bother me. Um, just let you know that I'm very much passionate about this genre of music. Um, yeah, first and foremost, like let's just address the elephant in the room. It's kind of crazy how like some of y'all forget how much that y'all love. Not nobody in chat. Again, I have to keep saying that because y'all are some pretty smart. Y'all are some pretty smart boogers. Um, and y'all and y'all get it as far as the musical assignment is concerned. Um, but really, this comment is directed towards you all, the masses. Um, I just find it like really like kind of like awkward and funny that y'all only seem to remember how much y'all like slash love R&B music um, when February 13th, 14th, and 15th roll around. Um, is all. Find it a little interesting is all. No tea, no shade. It's a little interesting. Um, you know what I mean? It's just a little interesting that like you know what I mean. Looking at um, like don't get it twisted. Like R&B as a genre is not hurting. Like we're not hurting for y'all, but it's just that thing of where I can respectfully say, um, you wonder why how do I say this in a way without hurting y'all little feelings? Um, respectfully with love, that's why some of y'all be in the situations that y'all be in relationship wise, and why some of y'all fuck it, I don't know how to say this in a nice way. That's why some of y'all individuals struggle with learning how to love each other. A lot of you individuals actually struggle with like knowing how to love each other. Um, because it's that thing of where um you think loving you think loving your person is just about laying them down in the bed and sucking the spine fluid out of their back and screwing their brains are loose. which is not a bad thing. Which is not a bad thing. Let me be the first person to preface that. Not a nan thing on this earth wrong with that. Let me just say that and preface that first and foremost. There's not a thing wrong with that. But also in those times in your life when a lot of you individuals struggle with learning how to keep the spark in your said relationships, I'm the type of person, and maybe that's just because of I am me and the amount of music that I consume on a day to day, week to week basis. Um, some again would say is a almost unholy amount. Um, yeah, depending on whom you ask. Um, but because of the fact that I listen to such an unholy amount of music, I can tell that a lot of you I can tell by the kind of music that usually winds up being your favorite kind of music. Um, which for a good 90% of you individuals that I interact with doesn't wind up having anything to do with love. Um, and you wonder why in your relationships you struggle talking to you, like, you know what I mean? Having just a simple, um, intimate conversation with your partner, um, or with your person, rather. Let me just say that. Um, because some of y'all don't even believe in relationships. Some of y'all believe in that fuck ass situationship shit. Um, oh, that's right. I'm supposed to be being somewhat nice. Um, some of y'all don't even believe in real relationships anymore. Um, and then you wonder why you're going through the shit that you're going through. Um, yeah, because you listen to not all of y'all, but a good majority of y'all will listen to everything else under the sun. But when it comes to them songs about loving somebody, those songs are absent from your playlist. And I wonder why you be in your relationships frustrated. Now, again, I'm not saying R&B music is the answer to that. Um, but again, just personally for me, I'm one of those individuals of where I say this shit all the fucking time. I'm one of those people where like people be like, if there was a way of how you could describe your music career up until this point, how would you describe it? I'd simply just tell people, hip hop changed my life, R&B saved my life. So that's why I go so hard for R&B music. because of the fact that when it got to the point of where motherfuckers was not giving a fuck how many, like, you know what I mean? When motherfuckers was not giving a residual fuck about how many bars that I was like, about how many bars, how many flows I was dropping. Um, like, you know what I mean? Like how many rhymes I was kicking in the ciphers or whatever. I'm not dissing you. I'm not dissing you, hip hop cats. Let me just tell you this right now. I'm not. I love y'all niggas, um, respectfully, but respectfully, y'all, yeah, like you know what I mean. Respectfully, on the hip hop side of things, y'all boys will talk about everything else. But and we've had this conversation before, have we not, chat? Be all the quote unquote gangster rap niggas that can do every song great. But then when it comes to a love, when it comes to them trying to do a love song, does it or does it not feel awkward to y'all? That's also a question for you all, the masses. And it's okay. Those of y'all at home can sit there and lie and be like, "No, it doesn't. I actually quite enjoy. I actually quite like it. Like, you know what I mean? But when the Yo Gottis and the Moneybag Yo's do the love songs, I love it. I love. You're lying. You are a liar, and you should stop lying with your whole face. It's awkward. It's not a diss to Yo Gotti. That's not a diss to Moneybag Yo. That's not a diss to 21 Savage. It's not a diss to any of the rap cats. But respectfully, as somebody who used to identify as a rapper, it was that thing of where it was so many people that were like, "Hey yo, like this is like no knock to Bambi or whatever. Like I really, really fuck with bro. I think bro was like uber talented or whatever. But I just can't get over the fact that every damn song is a fucking love song. Well, guess what the fuck I grew up listening to first? It wasn't hip hop. I can tell you that much right now. I've told this story before and I will tell the short version of it again. The first rap song that I ever remember, like ever like recall like actually listening to, the one that like I actually like remember like identifying as a rap song because again, I identified Outkast music as its own genre of music before like I realized that that was just Southern hip hop. Um, but the first song that I actually like remember like actually like wholeheartedly like identifying as a like hip hop song was "If I Rule the World" by Nas and Lauryn Hill. Before that, it was gospel music, Motown, and R&B. So now that I'm an artist, guess what is naturally gonna come? Like, guess what kind of songs are naturally going to come out of me? Pause. Because of my experience, like you know what I mean. Because of the things that I have experienced in my personal life. Guess what songs are gonna come out? I'll give you a hint. It's not gonna be a song about shooting someone. I can tell you that much for sure. The closest thing I've ever come to selling drugs is when I used to slang a little weed in high school. So yeah, you're not gonna get no dope boy rap. You're not gonna get no dope boy raps from a nigga whose stage name is named after a fucking animated deer. Be so for real. That'd be more confusing than anything else, would it not, chat? My stage name is Bambi, but I want to go out there and I want to do some gangster rap music. Sir, please. And said it would. I know it would. Even everybody in the content creating community would be like, Bambi, if we could. Suggestion. Um, Maybe we not do this kind of music. Just given your name, it kind of it don't fit. Respectfully, with love, it doesn't fit. Type beat type shit. And especially with one of my aliases being called the emo lady killer, but I'm talking about murdering people. Like, make it make sense. And it's also the thing of where, fun fact, to all of those of y'all that was complaining about that or are still complaining about that to this day, um, let me let you in on a little secret. Love is the only subject that will never go out of style. Because guess what? Motherfuckers still fall in and out and get fucked up almost every day about some love. That drill music is cute right now. So yeah, y'all shaking y'all ass in the club to Ice Spice now. You know what I mean? Y'all in y'all houses twerking and making the stallion in the mirror while y'all getting dressed. I'm talking about some hands on my knees, shaking ass like a thought. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Like, yeah, y'all doing that until that sorry motherfucker, whoever the fuck they may be, fuck around and break your heart. You know what song I know for a fact that my heart of hearts you're not playing? Real that bit, give a fuck about a nigga. I know you're not playing that song. You might even fuck around and have to go back and dig in the archives and fuck around and pull out a fucking I don't know. You might even fuck around and pull out a last night me and my woman we cried together. Like, you might fuck around and pull out some Ready for the World or some Luther. But I promise you, when you fuck around and get your heart broke, because it happens to all of us, you can try to sit here and act like, you know what I mean, you the biggest, baddest, toughest motherfucker on planet Earth. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. At the end of the day, you get weak in the knees for somebody. Somebody is going to be capable of bringing that emotional side out of you. And you know what song you not gonna play when you all in love? Grah, shoot him, spin the block, kill him, hit him, rob his mom, shoot him, kill him, grah, 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 grah. So yeah, that's fine. Y'all can say whatever y'all want about the all he fucking writes is love songs. Yep, that's fine. I don't know. I just freestyle some random shit. But like, you know what I mean? Like just be on some weirdo shit with that shit. And on top of the fact that like it's to the point now, chat and viewers out there, I don't believe a lot of these niggas are doing all of that shit that they're like, you know what I mean? I don't believe all of these niggas are like doing all of this shit that they're doing in these songs. Said you get that, it was still funny. Respect. Respect my boy. Um, but yeah, that's the other thing. I don't believe a lot of y'all niggas. Due to the fact that I've interacted with some individuals that are actually really like that, they don't even rap about that shit. And even the ones that don't rap, they don't even like talk about or glorify any of that shit. Unless they're telling a story about their life to motivate the youth. That's the only time that part of their life gets brought up. So yeah, it's fine. Y'all could be like, oh, there you go again, being a hater, not letting us be great. Like, bro, it's entertainment. What the fuck? It's for the bag. Yeah, I get that. That's the fucking problem. What are you gonna do when that stops being trendy and that stops being the wave? First of all, the subject of love is a very infinite subject because there are so many different ways that you can say, I love you, I miss you, and I hate you so much. Those are all emotions from love. Those are all emotions that come from when you are in love with somebody. But you have to really have been in love with somebody to actually like really physically hate somebody. That's why it's awkward when you rap niggas make love songs. Unless you're fabulous and you're featured on an R&B song, then you just understand the assignment because you're just dope like that. But yeah, so for those of y'all that want to know why I sing so many love songs, yeah, that's why. Because I'm never gonna run out of subject matter. So yeah, fine. You know what I mean? Like y'all doing all of that drill shit, and y'all are hot right now. Ooh, don't call me when shit gets. Don't call me when shit get quiet. Ooh, y'all motherfuckers bet not call me when shit get quiet. Unless I actually fuck with you, then I'll help you out. Then I help you out. Then I get you right. I'll show you the way. Show you how we rocking on Planet Love. Really not that hard. Cause like I said at the beginning, like we done all had that one person, or we might currently have that individual that when you get to thinking about them, your body just start doing stuff involuntarily. Ooh, my. I think it's time to change the subject. Excuse me. um, the point I'm trying to make is, if your little goofy ass would have actually ever been in love before, you wouldn't complain about random shit like, oh, all he does is sing love songs. I realize that now that I'm older. Still singing love songs, by the way. Um, but yeah, I realize that now that I'm older. Like, oh, that's why that shit bothers y'all niggas or you individuals, because it's not just um, males that have told me, oh, all I write is love songs. It's literally been females that have been like, you cool or whatever, and like you talented and all this and whatnot, but I'm just like all of that like lover boy shit is kind of annoying. It's like ironic until that person that you with again, like I said, fuck around, do you wrong. Then you gonna be like, please give me a link to all of your music, please. I need it. They done fucked around and cheated on me. They wrecked my car. They fucked my best friend twice. Hmm. Interesting. My. That's just it. That's all I have for that little tidbit on that. Now, for those of y'all that might be wondering, if you're seeing this on the tubes of you the next day, for those of y'all in chat that might have seen the title on the notification of when we went live today, or what the title of today's episode, you might be wondering, you might even just be a slightly bit curious, where did that title come from? I will tell you. Story time. Are you ready? Hold, please. Okay. What was I saying? Ah, yes. Story time. So, not that this is important, um, but my best friend's boyfriend works in rideshare. Um, for those of y'all that don't know what rideshare is, that's Uber, Lyft, that type of shit. That's rideshare. Um, he picked up an individual he was doing a route one of the other days. He picked up an individual um, that, according to this individual, I guess we're not cool anymore. Um, I mean, y'all are wondering why I'm not sad about it. Um, First of all, this particular individual moved away for a little bit, um, and didn't say anything when he moved away. Um, Moves back to Cali, and I don't know. I guess it's somewhere in his mind wanted shit to still be like how it was um, in 2018. Like, I'm not a whole grown ass adult and haven't been through some very, very traumatic things um, in my life while he was, like, you know what I mean? While he was away in Texas. Um, that's not his fault. That's just, you know what I mean? It's just how this thing called life goes. Um, life was like life had lifed. Um, Life had life and it continues to life as life goes on. Yes. Um, and so bro gets in the homie's car and they're chopping it up or whatever. They're talking or whatever. It was like, yeah, it's crazy. Like, I hit Bambi up when I moved back, and bro acted like he wasn't excited, and we kind of had like a falling out or whatever. And so yeah, like I'm not really cool with bro. Like, I don't really fuck with him like that. And I was like, mind y'all, chat. This is my best friend's boyfriend just not being messy and just relaying the, like, you know what I mean, just relaying the story that was just relaying the story that was told to him while he was giving this individual a ride. Um, he's one of those type of individuals that's like me. He doesn't like being involved in the middle of shit. Um, bro was probably clearly just because of the fact that he's also familiar with Buddy. Um, um, he was in the car too long with like, you know what I mean. He was in the car with the homie, and you know what I mean. Obviously, just somebody he's familiar with, so he probably just got to venting immediately. Um, and so yeah, you know, bro's getting to talking or whatever. And he's like, yeah, man, it's just like, so yeah, we fell out or whatever. Uh, and he's like, and not only that, like I've caught Bambi in several different lies. And to which I asked my best friend's boyfriend, I was like, did he give any examples of any alleged lies that he caught me in? He was like, nah, he kind of just said that and left it at that. Interesting. Yeah, he was like, it trust you, like, and he's like, and my best friend's boyfriend was like, trust me, bro, like, I'm not trying to start anything or anything like that, like, blah 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 blah. I was like, but what is there to be upset about? Haven't seen this individual in years. What would I be like? You know what I mean? What would I be mad about? What would I be pressed about? Like, again, mind you, life has lifed. So, according to my best friend's boyfriend, I think just the biggest thing that bro was upset about was um that, like, you know what I mean, that back in like in 2018 and you know what I mean, in that time period, like we used to kick it like every day. Um and things of that nature, and now that we don't do that anymore, um I lost my track of thought. Oh, yeah. Um, yeah, I just think, bro, like, according to my best friend's boyfriend, bro's just whole like biggest gripe is that, like, you know what I mean? You know, like back in 2018, we used to kick it every day, yada yada yada, this, that, and the other. Um, and all of these other things, and it's just like, well, due to the fact that now it's 2024, and no longer 2018. Like, of course, we're not gonna kick it every day. Um, for starters, to start there. Um, Also, for also the what I mean, a part number two is um respectfully with love. Um, you know what I mean, with touring and other things that had been happening. Um, yeah, no, we're not gonna kick every day, my dear brother. So that's where that is as far as that situation is concerned, right? Now, yeah, we kind of get the whole point of like where this whole situation, like you know what I mean, where the whole story that is told to me. Let's give y'all my perspective of this situation. Um, Mind y'all, this is the summertime. This is literally last summer. I remember this vividly now. Now that the situation was brought to my attention, this is last summer, and so if we all remember last summer for a good 2 months, I was uh I was touring and or getting ready to tour, and be able to like be getting ready to run around for like the next 2 months, right? Um, for those of us that remember that time period, that were that you know what I mean. For those of us that were a part of the community during that time, you guys remember. Um, Literally the day before tour, this individual that I'm talking about hits me up and is like, "Hey, guess what? I moved back in town." And I was like, "Oh, word? That's crazy." Uh, and legit, this nigga asked me like, "Yeah, so what you doing tomorrow? Like, maybe we could kick it." I was like, "I'm going on tour." I said it just like that. Yeah, bro was like, "Oh, that's crazy." He's like, "You need somebody to roll with you." I was like, "It's not my tour, so I can't make that decision." Um, it's like it's not my tour. A, I can't make that decision. B, um, I already told them how many people was in my personal traveling party, right? Um, and for individuals like that who don't know how that's like, once that's already set in stone, like you can't just add people due to the fact that, like, you know what I mean, like when you're touring with other people and it's not your tour, like they already have had that stuff priced out for you and however many people you already said you was gonna bring, and type beat type shit. Yes. Okay, bet. So I tell him that, and he's like, "Oh, okay, cool. um when will you be back?" And I was like, "Shit, 2 months from now." um or I didn't say 2 months from now. I was like, "Shit, end of next month." um like towards the end of next month, like towards the end of whatever the following month was. Um, and he was like, "Damn, that's crazy. You gonna be gone that whole time?" I was like, "Yeah, pretty much. Like I'll be stopping back here like in between time, but for the most part, it's gonna be like a ripping and running situation, which it was, which is why I wasn't able to stream during that time and all of these other things. Yes, I barely even had time to shoot any vids for the YouTube channel during this time. So yeah, that lets you know how hectic that couple of months was. Mind you, on top of that, we had just relocated to this new clubhouse. Yes. Hmm. So you know what I mean. Not only on top of that is am I handling stuff music career wise, also there's personal things that are going on. So respectfully, with love, hanging out with somebody at that point in time was not the first like thought process on, like, you know what I mean, was not the first like thought in my mind type beat type shit. Respectfully, with love. So again, and it's that thing of where like during this 2 month process, I had been seeing posts from this individual on social media. I didn't think nothing of it. I thought maybe he was going through some personal shit. Um, like, you know what I mean? Maybe they were going through some personal shit with their person that they were with, or are with. I don't know what this individual situation is. Um, yeah. So yeah, I'm seeing all of these like subliminal posts or whatever, not thinking anything of it. And fast forward to now hearing the story that I just told y'all at the beginning, it's just like, huh, interesting. Like, and again, my best friend's boyfriend is just like, you know what I mean? Like somebody who I see like a brother to me. Um and so in his stance in this situation, he's not trying to be a messy individual at all. I think he was just trying to get an understanding of what happened with that situation and if the situation was even at all true, right? And again, once he brought up that he had, and once this like story was brought to my attention, I was like, oh, that's crazy. I haven't even spoken to bro in God knows how long. And then it was like, it's crazy that you mentioned that because this individual said, you know what I mean? Because this individual said that like y'all had a falling out. To which, and hence the title of today's podcast episode, I was like, imagine beefing with yourself. That's crazy. Couldn't be me. I said it just like that. And I think my best friend's boyfriend misinterpreted that as like me getting upset or getting mad. Um, but trust and believe, Chad. For those that have been around long enough, y'all know the difference between like when I'm mad about something like that, or like, mad about something, and something like that. Bro would have had to said something like way more heinous, like call me out my name or something like that, for me to be, you know what I mean, for me to get out my body and get out my mode type shit, right? The biggest point of why I'm bringing this story up is because of the fact that one biggest thing where just like, first of all, imagine having a fallout with just yourself. Um, because again, wholeheartedly, I didn't know anything that bro like had felt no way about nothing or anything like that. Nothing was directly said to me. Um, there was not an inkling of animosity even floating in my direction. So again, if there was said beef, imagine beefing with your goddamn self. Got to be weird, don't it? Got to feel a little ako taco, don't it? Sucks to suck, buddy. That's just to address that. And as far as the alleged catching me in lies, you have no examples of that. So at the end of the day, this just sounds like, and more so, I had to make up some stuff to be mad for no reason. Attackally. Had to give himself a valid reason to be upset with me. When at the end of the day, this is the real reason of why this individual is upset, chat. And the viewers that will be watching this on YouTube in future time. This individual is upset with the fact that because of the fact that he wants our friendship to still be as tight as it was when it was 2018. When um, I don't know if he's looked at a calendar recently or if he's looked down at his phone time recently, um, or if he's looked down at the date on his phone recently. But it is 2024. I am now a full time content creator, business owner, um, artist, producer, singer songwriter, vocal producer. Um, if you let some of the ladies in the community tell it, I am an up and coming internet heartthrob. Their words, not mine. Um, you let some individuals in this particular community tell it, I'm one of their favorite faces. Um, saying all that to say, not bragging at all, not one bit, not one iota. Uh, bringing all of these things up to say, um, 2018, I was a little less busy. 2018, I was able to like bullshit for a whole summer. And then when the fall started, I was able to get back to my shit type shit, right? It's 2024. Now, I've said this before on this platform, and I will continue to say it a million times over on this platform. because of the fact that what a lot of people that I don't think understand, like with this content creation shit and how it works for real, um, due to the fact that we are the new form of entertainment and we are the new wave of entertainment, and the way that this shit works for us is if we do not, depending on what type of content creator you are, if we do not hit the go live button, if we do not hit the upload button on the red app, um, if we are not consistent with whatever medium of content it is that we make, we do not eat. So to said individual that want to be fake mad about some goofy shit because your little feelings got hurt because we don't get to hang out like we used to back in 2018, uh, because newsflash, I don't know if you've, like, you know what I mean. I don't know if you've owned a watch recently. It's not the same kind of time no more. Uh, Life is different for your boy. Type beat, type shit. Don't know if you've don't know if you've seen on your Instagram in the past. I don't know what feels like forever. Um, but shit is kind of moving and grooving now, my good buddy. So long story short, shit is different. So unless you plan on uh, pitching in for next month's grocery bill, if you plan on helping pay my next phone bill, one of my favorite ladies likes wearing bonnets. So if you plan on purchasing a couple of brand new bonnets for one of my favorite peoples, yeah, I kick it with you. I bullshit with you for the next month or two. But since I know that that's not the case, yeah, I'm not gonna be around that often, buddy. Sorry, sorry, not sorry. Actually, though, because as was aforementioned earlier in the pod, the Cozy Clubhouse LLC, my brand, I own that. So if residuals do not start to flowing into this business that I own and I started, does not grow. And if it does not grow, the goals that I have set for myself do not get reached. And if the goals that I have set for myself do not get reached, now we have a different problem. And that's a problem I don't think anybody on this earth wants. Because I'm going to just tell you that right now. Because now we're talking about you fucking with my money. And it ain't all about the money with me. But if you fuck with said residuals, that you, because newsflash, um, For anybody that might be new to this crazy like new age revolution thing called fucking adulthood, um, there's these two things that come around every month. Um, Rain, sleet, hailstorm, typhoon, flood, or snow. And those two motherfuckers go by the name of rent and bills. Those motherfuckers come every month on time too. Goddamn. So again, you could be an individual like myself that might not be like a money centric, money hungry individual, which I like to think of myself as that. You do have to understand that there's a certain amount of residuals that you need to bring in to do this thing called what the fuck is that shit called? Oh, surviving. So you know what I mean? Hope you enjoy hope you enjoy your however many minutes of fame this is gonna give you. Um Hopefully you're smart enough to do something with this amount of light, time, and attention that I've decided to give to you. Um, but here's the one thing that I will say. Um, as far as the catching me in the lie shit, just say you're mad without saying you're mad, and that's the last thing I'm gonna say about that. Just say just say your little feelings are hurt without saying your little feelings are hurt, because that's clearly all that's happened. Um, in that regard, you know what I mean? You just mad we can't kick it like it's 2018 no more, and your little feelings got hurt, so you decided to try and put some cap on my name. That's a good try. Uh, Secondly, um, due to the fact that I'm not sure if you're familiar how working with yourself works, um, but it's this thing in the words of the great Tip T.I. Harris. Um, it's this thing about when you work for yourself, uh, the way you can very much ill afford to not make money, not make no money. Um, yeah, that. So if you want to keep trying to fuck with my money, um, respectfully with love, fuck around and find out what happens. yet again, as I digress, if you are watching this on the Red app, we do drop episodes every motherfucking Tuesday at noon. I'm on the West Coast, so that's that. You know what I mean. So that's 12 Pacific time, specific time. Don't meet me here, beat me here. Um, yes, chat for R&B church service tomorrow. Get all of your queens of R&B together. Get all of your ladies. Um, doesn't matter what era. I've got three already. Love to hear it. We are going to celebrate tomorrow night. We are having a female voice. We are having a female fanatic extravaganza. We will be celebrating the female voices of R&B. Uh, I already know I am probably going to end the I'm going to end the stream being a broken deer. Um, that is all good and all fine. I am not mad at it. I accept it. But yes, cozy clubhousers, dig deep in your duffel bag, rummage around in there, look for all of the tracks with the lady voices. You know what I mean? With the voices of our ladies of R&B. Um, because it is time that we highlight the queens. We highlighted the group. We highlighted the groups last week. Um, we then did your favorite songs, and I learned a lot about y'all with that. Um, some of it I already knew, but um, a lot of it just further proved that you will never be able to beat certain allegations. Why are you feeling guilty? I didn't say your name. You're just saying, guilt. Anyway, yes. Tomorrow night is ladies' night. We celebrate the ladies of R&B. Um, I already know I'm not gonna make it, especially with the ones who are on my list. I'm not gonna make it. Um, they're going to have to peel me off of the floor. Um, back to those of y'all watching on YouTube, leave a like, subscribe if you're a newbie, drop a comment if you're feeling spicy, and yeah, follow me on the socials, which will be down in the description. At King Jojo underscore 93 on Instagram and Twitter. Come on over here to the Twitch side if you want to be a part of this lovely cozy clubhouse community. Y'all can't see them, but they're here in the chat, and I love all of them dearly, um, with my whole heart and soul, and I mean that real big. Um, Yeah, twitch.tv/BVMB1 underscore 47. Uh, and for those of y'all that don't know, that's Bambi underscore 47. That's how we spell it. Um, because one, branding. Two, um, there's a certain mouse um, that I do not want to piss off. Um, because I do not want the smoke. Um, um, so yes, that's why we spell it that way. In case you were a little confuzzled, that's why. Um, yeah. Peace out, YouTube. Chat. Love y'all. Y'all already know the rules. It's podcast day. We are not rating any. Well, let me see who's live, and I might change that rule. Who is live? Waiting, waiting. Um, yeah, nah. We'll just wait till tomorrow. We'll just wait till tomorrow. We'll just wait till tomorrow. We'll keep it. We'll keep the rule the same. Y'all know the rule. It's podcast day. We don't rate out on podcast days. Um, I know a lot of people are like, why? I know a lot of people are probably like, why? That's dumb. You totally should. Like, we get more people to come. The idea is to get you to watch it on YouTube, genius. It's really just supposed to be a community thing. I just stream it on Twitch. And then I drop the VOD the next day on the tubes of you. So, yeah. That's why we don't rate out. What time do I start streaming tomorrow? Hold, please. Yes. Same time as today. Chat. Here. R&B church service. Here in the cozy clubhouse. 5 pum. Again. PST. For those that don't know, that's Pacific time, specific time. Because I'm on the left coast. Which, if you let me tell it, is the best coast. But um, I love all of y'all in all of the places that y'all are at. Um, and y'all put up with my foolishness every stream. And I love y'all for that. Knew that was coming. Well, I mean, women, weed, and weather. Am I lying? Nah, not for nothing. A lot of y'all in the community are cute as hell. I'm gonna just say that. If ain't nobody told y'all that recently, y'all fine, like big fine, type beat type shit. Okay. By YouTube chat tomorrow. Don't meet me here, beat me here. 5 Pacific time, Pacific time. Bring the ladies of R&B with you. And while we're at it, take that with you. Bye.